Chapter 211. The fallen son of God originally wanted to dig a hole for Jun Xiaoyao. This ancient battle platform was originally meant to trap Jun Xiaoyao, preventing his Dao protectors from saving him. But now, the fallen son of God was trapped. After the ancient battle platform was activated, only when one side was completely defeated or died would the Dao runes in the surrounding space be dispelled. But in the current situation, anyone with a discerning eye could tell who would be defeated. How did it become like this? The fallen son of God shook his head. His hair was disheveled, filled with disbelief. One couldn't help but admit that his ancient freak body was very strong. Even though it was already torn apart, it was still recovering. Flesh was growing out of the wounds, wanting to heal his body. But the fallen son of God's heart was already pounding. So what if his body could heal? It would still be torn apart by Jun Xiaoyao. You finally feel fear? This is the emotion you should have when facing this son of God. Jun Xiaoyao took out the exterminating tyrant sage king glove and wore it on his right hand. As a punching bag, the fallen son of God was still very qualified. At the very least, his skin was thick and he was very resistant to beatings. He punched out again. Now that he had the exterminating tyrant sage king glove, the power of Jun Xiaoyao's punch was even stronger. The space in front of him was like a piece of paper, directly torn apart. It was very hard to imagine that a Unity Realm genius could tear apart space so easily. Those who didn't know would think that it was a sage making a move. No, I won't be defeated. In this era, anyone can rise up. It's impossible for you to be invincible. The fallen son of God howled. His grayish-white hair danced in the wind as his aura rose again. Strange runes rushed out from his torn body. After that, under the shocked gazes of everyone, the fallen son of God's body actually started to heal at an extremely fast speed. Soon, it was as good as new. Isn't this a little too terrifying? Could it be that the fallen son of God has an indestructible body? An immortal realm genius drew in a deep breath. It's not that he's indestructible. It's just that his regenerative ability is astonishing. If his physical body is destroyed, he probably won't be able to recover. Someone else was able to tell. Regardless, the fallen son of God's performance had already shocked many people. As expected of the young supreme of the fallen God palace. If he had not run into Jun Xiaoyao, he would not have been in such a sorry state. The fallen son of God once again activated his ultimate technique. He formed a seal with both hands. Baleful aura surged and demonic light converged. A terrifying black seal appeared. Everyone who saw it felt a chill run down their spines. That's the most powerful ability of the fallen God palace, the fallen heaven seal. The exclamations of the geniuses of the immortal region could be heard from all directions. It was not that they were knowledgeable, but that the fallen mark was too famous in the Huangtian mystic realm. It was the ultimate technique of the fallen God palace. It was rumored that the fallen God palace once had an utmost exalted expert who used the fallen heaven seal to kill a utmost exalted of the same level. It was evident how powerful the fallen heaven seal was. The fallen heaven seal was also a top-level great technique on the same level as Zulong's true dragon grand technique. It was rumored that the suppression of the seal was enough to make one fall to the lowest level of hell. It was evident how powerful this great technique was. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled into a slight smile. It's finally getting interesting. Otherwise, it would be too boring. Jun Xiaoyao chuckled. At the same time, his chest glowed. A blazing brilliance appeared. It was the activation of the Bones of Supremacy's ability. The Bones of Supremacy, another special physique of the Son of God of the Jun family. All the geniuses of the immortal region stared straight at it, their faces full of envy. Jun Xiaoyao not only had the sacred body of the ancients, but he also had the Bones of Supremacy. With two top-level physiques, it was no wonder that he could be called invincible. Jun Xiaoyao did not use the light of calamity. Instead, he directly displayed its complete form, the Hand of Heaven. In the blazing brilliance, a giant hand imprinted with endless runes appeared, bringing with it an aura that could suppress the heavens. This giant hand of calamity seemed to represent the will of the heavens, killing all living things in the world. The hand of heaven collided with the fallen heaven seal. It was as if 100 nuclear bombs had exploded. The void directly turned into a black hole of nothingness. Violent collision ripples spread out like a tide that could destroy the world. The black and white wings on the back of the fallen Son of God were in front of him like a shield. Even so, he was still hit by the impact, coughing up blood and flying backward. On the surface of Jun Xiaoyao's body, green light surged and condensed into the azure sky ancestral dragon armor. The shock wave bombarded the azure sky ancestral dragon armor, but it did not cause any injury to Jun Xiaoyao. Even if some of the shock wave passed through the armor and fell on Jun Xiaoyao's body. With the strength of the sacred body of the ancients, the shock wave was not much different from scratching an itch. Jun Xiaoyao did not stay idle. When the fallen Son of God was flying backward while coughing up blood, he punched again, wanting to kill the fallen Son of God completely. When the fallen Son of God saw this, a trace of fear finally appeared on his face. The black and white wings on his back vibrated, and the yin and yang qi flowed. This was not the fallen Son of God's own innate magic. It was a magic that came with the body of an ancient freak, which was also a special constitution. As the black and white wings vibrated, it seemed to manifest the mysteries of yin and yang. 2 rays of black and white light swept toward Jun Xiaoyao, blocking the tip of his fist. These wings. Jun Xiaoyao was surprised and saw that the wings were extraordinary. Jun Xiaoyao, do you think you're the only one with a special constitution? Have a taste of my fallen angel wings. The fallen Son of God roared angrily. This pair of fallen angel wings was very terrifying. The yin and yang qi lingering around it caused the space to become chaotic. Chaotic yin and yang, suppressing all living things. Even Yi Yu, Su Ziqiong, and the others had grave expressions on their faces when they sensed the might of the fallen angel wings. The fallen Son of God did have what it took. Just this pair of fallen angel wings alone was enough to let him surpass many young supreme beings. Coupled with the body of an ancient freak, it was reasonable for the fallen Son of God to be able to make such a name for himself. However, all of this was useless in front of Jun Xiaoyao. Looking at the black and white demonic light attacking him, Jun Xiaoyao stretched out his hand, and his magic power surged. A pitch-black vortex suddenly expanded out of the vortex. The black and white demonic light was directly sucked into it. That's. The fallen Son of God was stunned. His mouth opened slightly, but he couldn't say a word. He knew what move Jun Xiaoyao had used, but it was because of this that he was stunned. Devouring God demonic art. The fallen Son of God couldn't help but roar in disbelief. The devouring God demonic art was the ultimate skill of the heaven-devouring evil lord. Even if Yang Qingying had imparted the devouring God demonic art to Jun Xiaoyao in these few days, it was impossible for him to master it so quickly. Seeing the fallen Son of God's dumbfounded expression, Jun Xiaoyao looked at him with pity. Ordinary people really couldn't understand his talent. Jun Xiaoyao's talent couldn't be judged by common sense. He activated the devouring God demonic art again, and the black and white demonic light flew out of the black hole again. This was another ability of the devouring God demonic art. Of course, this ability also had its limits. If the opponent's move was too strong, or if the black hole was destroyed, it naturally couldn't be reflected back. Poochie. The sudden demonic light swept over and directly pierced through the fallen Son of God's shoulder and waist, causing blood to splatter. Jun Xiaoyao didn't delay any longer. He wanted to end the battle completely. He wore the Saint King Exterminating Overlord glove on his right hand. He punched out, and the power of reincarnation surged. It was as if there were 6 small worlds of reincarnation pressing down with his fist, destroying everything. It was the 6 Paths of Reincarnation fist. Recommended reading, Load File 2013. Chapter 212. The fallen Son of God had used all his trump cards, and it could be said that he had exerted 100% of his strength. But he still couldn't hurt Jun Xiaoyao in the slightest. This made people feel extremely desperate. The fallen Son of God couldn't compete with Jun Xiaoyao. Even if he could only injure Jun Xiaoyao, it would be fine. At least he would feel a little better. But now, Jun Xiaoyao didn't even have a single injury on his body, which made people feel desperate. The strength of the two was not on the same level at all. Jun Xiaoyaro was simply crushing him all the way. Anyone with discerning eyes could see that the fallen son of God was doomed to be defeated. The power of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist was surging, as if it was going to pull people into reincarnation and crush them into powder. The surrounding space was torn to pieces by the 6 reincarnation vortexes. And the fallen son of God, under such an attack, his physical body was torn apart again. Blood spurted out, and he looked extremely miserable. At this moment, the fallen son of God's eyes finally showed a hint of fear. That's right. As the top successor of the fallen God Palace, the fallen son of God, who had never known what fear was finally afraid at this moment. It was hard to imagine that the cold-hearted and cruel fallen son of God would show such an expression. Seeing the indifference in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, the fallen son of God's heart sank. He knew that Jun Xiaoyaro wanted to kill him. Jun Xiaoyao, do you really dare to kill me? The fallen son of God couldn't help but roar. Your words are stupid. Why wouldn't I, the son of God, dare? Jun Xiaoyaro sneered. I am the successor of the fallen God Palace. If you really kill me, the fallen God Palace won't let it go. The fallen son of God had no choice but to use his background. Jun Xiaoyaro shook his head and sneered. This kind of method of using his background when he couldn't win was really stupid. This kind of threat might be effective against others. But to Jun Xiaoyaro, it was laughable. Was there a need to be afraid of fallen God Palace? At least, Jun Xiaoyaro didn't think it was necessary. He punched again and completely defeated the fallen son of God. The fallen son of God wanted to take out some protective treasures, but to his despair, he discovered that this ancient battle platform actually restricted his means. No cheating methods could be used. Ah! The fallen son of God couldn't help but roar towards the sky. His grey hair danced in the wind, and he was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. He was truly filled with hatred. It was as if he had dug his own grave and jumped into it. Jun family's son of God, stop. The 2 black-robed saints couldn't help but shout. They were unable to intervene in the battle and could only watch anxiously from the outside. How dare you? Old ancestor Dongxian, Jiyu Yuan, and the others also shouted as they unleashed their saint cultivation base and confronted the 2 black-robed saints. Jun Xiaoyaro completely defeated the fallen son of God and completely lost the ability to resist. However, Jun Xiaoyaro let the fallen son of God live and didn't kill him directly. What's going on? Is the Jun family's son of God going to show mercy? Some of the immortal region's geniuses were suspicious. You're thinking too much. With the Jun family's son of God style, is he such a person? Some other geniuses shook their heads. The fallen son of God obviously understood that Jun Xiaoyaro wouldn't let him go. However, he had left fallen godchild with a single breath of life. At this moment, the Tao patterns in the void around the ancient battle platform began to dissipate. Because the outcome had been decided. Young master, the 2 black-robed saints couldn't help but attack. However, they were blocked by old ancestor Dongxian and Jiyu Yuan. Yang Qingying turned into an afterimage and flashed towards the ancient battle platform. I'll leave him to you. You'll be the one to end his life. Jun Xiaoyaro tossed the beaten fallen divine child to Yang Qingying. The death of Yang Qingying's brother, Yang Fei, was actually blamed on the fallen son of God. The fallen son of God was Yang Qingying's obsession. If this obsession was not eliminated, it would affect Yang Qingying's Tao heart. Jun Xiaoyaro didn't want any cracks to appear in his followers' Tao heart. Therefore, he let the fallen son of God live and let Yang Qingying deal with it to end her obsession. Jun Xiaoyao, you. Blood gushed out of the fallen son of God's mouth, but his expression was filled with grief and anger. If he was killed by Jun Xiaoyaro, although it would be a tragedy, at least it wouldn't be considered as degrading to his status. After all, the person who killed him was the strongest genius of the immortal realm. Now, however, Jun Xiaoyaro was about to let a girl from the lower worlds end his life. This was a humiliation to the fallen son of God. Fallen son of God, when you casually issued the order and caused my brother's death, you probably didn't expect such an outcome, did you? Yang Qingying's eyes were cold and deep like the night stars. If Jun Xiaoyaro didn't interfere halfway, I would have gotten everything. The fallen son of God's eyes were bloodshot. He didn't beg for mercy because he knew it was impossible. Then die, pay for my brother's life. Yang Qingying attacked. A pitch-black devouring vortex appeared like a pitch-black millstone, crushing everything. What? That girl is the successor of the god-devouring demonic technique? When they saw Yang Qingying attack, countless people in the surroundings exclaimed in surprise. Some of the geniuses of the immortal realm also completely understood why Jun Xiaoyaro would do such a thing. It was because he wanted to completely subdue the successor of the god-devouring demonic technique. Sigh, now I finally understand the gap between me and the Jun family's son of God. Not only is the Jun family's son of God powerful, but his wisdom is also top-notch. He has long been prepared to subdue the successor of the god-devouring demonic technique. In comparison, the fallen son of God's defeat is not unjust. Many geniuses sighed. The fallen son of God's broken body was sucked into the devouring vortex. Even the true spirit in the divine palace couldn't escape the fate of being devoured. That kind of pain was thousands of times more painful than death by 1,000 cuts. In the end, the fallen son of God's entire body was devoured. His flesh and blood essence turned into pure energy and was refined by Yang Qingying. Her aura also began to skyrocket and reached the consolidation realm. At the same time, energy began to gather behind Yang Qingying, and then it turned into a pair of black and white wings. That's the fallen angel wings, everyone exclaimed. Wasn't that the fallen son of God's special physique? Why did it appear on Yang Qingying's body? Jun Xiaoyaro wasn't too surprised when he saw this. As the successor of the god-devouring demonic technique, Yang Qingying obviously didn't just rely on the god-devouring demonic technique. It must be that her physique was somewhat special and was very suitable for absorbing all kinds of energy attributes. That was why she was chosen to become the successor of the god-devouring demonic technique. At this moment, Yang Qingying was wearing a long black dress. Her figure was slender, and a pair of black and white fallen angel wings spread out behind her back. At a glance, she really did look like a beautiful fallen angel. She already had the appearance and aura of a young paragon. It wouldn't be long before Yang Qingying caught up with the younger generation of the immortal realm and became Jun Xiaoyao's capable follower. Qingying, thank you for your kindness, young master. I will be loyal to young master forever. Yang Qingying knelt down on one knee in front of Jun Xiaoyaro. Her beautiful eyes, which were as dark as the night stars, were filled with determination. At the same time, there was a hint of admiration hidden deep in her eyes. Jun Xiaoyaro suppressed the fallen son of God with just a wave of his hand and avenged her. Who wouldn't love such a man? Yang Qingying was probably going to become Jun Xiaoyao's bitch. As for the two black-robed sages, their hearts sank completely. The big shots of the fallen god palace of the immortal realm were probably really going to be furious. At the same time, in the Huangtian immortal realm, where the fallen god palace was located, the angry roar of a paragon could be heard. Who is it? Chapter 213. The anger of a supreme being shook heaven and earth. Countless mountains around the palace of the fallen god collapsed, the clouds shook, and heaven and earth crack. This roar spread across a radius of 100,000 miles. The various forces were all incomparably shocked. What's going on? That roar came from the palace of the fallen god. It should be the supreme being of the palace of the fallen god, but who dares to provoke the palace of the fallen god? Are they tired of living? No, no one is provoking the palace of the fallen god now. Could it be that something happened to the fallen son of God of the palace of the fallen god in the lower worlds? The fallen son of God, is that the top successor of the palace of the fallen god? How could something happen to him? How many in the lower worlds would dare to attack the fallen son of God? In all directions, countless forces were alarmed by this roar and began to make all kinds of guesses. The supreme being of the palace of the fallen god was indeed angry after seeing the fallen son of God's soul lamp extinguished. In the lower worlds, there was actually someone who dared to kill the successor of the palace of the fallen god. However, not long after, the two black-robed saints in the lower worlds sent the news. The fallen son of God died because of Jun Xiaoyaro. When the supreme being of the palace of the fallen god received the news, he was even more furious. The son of god of the Jun family, Jun Xiaoyao, dared to kill the successor of the palace of the fallen god. How dare you? When the supreme being was angry, the sun and the moon lost their color, and the world lost its light. His furious voice spread all over the place. Every single immortal region cultivator who heard this voice was stunned. Then, they were dumbfounded. The son of God of the Jun family killed the fallen son of God in the lower worlds. Damn, this news is too shocking. Even the fallen son of God was no match for the son of God of the Jun family. This is too terrifying. Is the son of God of the Jun family really going to be invincible among the younger generation? This news caused an uproar in all directions. Jun Xiaoyao had been known to be invincible among the younger generation in the Huangtian mystic realm. Now that he had killed the son of God, there was no doubt that Jun Xiaoyao would gain even more glory. However, there were also some people who felt that Jun Xiaoyao had provoked the fallen god palace and would feel somewhat uncomfortable. Many people were also waiting to see what fallen god palace would do. Just as everyone was waiting for the next move of the fallen god palace. An incomparably terrifying and resplendent sword light broke through hundreds of millions of layers of space and slashed down at the fallen god palace. The Jun family has gone too far. The supreme of the fallen god palace who had just roared coldly shouted again. Boom! Billions of rays of light spread out, and fluctuations swept out in all directions. Muffled groans sounded. Drops of resplendent supreme being blood fell from the horizon, smashing into a mountain range. An imposing demonic figure fell from the sky and fell into the palace of the fallen god. The surrounding factions did not dare to get too close. They could only observe from afar. The supreme of the fallen god palace was injured. Everyone's eyes were shocked. The drops of supreme being blood were filled with holiness, and they smashed through the mountain range. This meant that the supreme of the fallen god palace was bleeding. Just a streak of sword light was enough to injure a supreme being from fallen divine palace. This was just too shocking. At the same time, an aged voice was also heard from countless distances away, from the void. Is the fallen god palace a bunch of dogs? You like to bark and disturb people's peace. The next time you bark, I will destroy your fallen god palace. These domineering words silenced all the factions, and their faces were completely stunned. Perhaps only the Jun family dared to say such words. The face of the injured supreme of the fallen god palace was red with anger. The heir of their fallen god palace was killed by Jun Xiaoyao. Could they not even shout? Moreover, they were being treated as if they were dogs barking. This was simply humiliating. The supreme of the fallen god palace was so angry that his internal organs were burning. He was so angry that he wanted to kill the Jun family directly. But when he thought of the Jun family's heritage and those old farts sleeping in the ancestral temple, the supreme of the fallen god palace suppressed the anger in his heart. The fallen god palace was not weak, but if they really went up against the Jun family, if things went out of hand, it would be a devastating blow to the fallen god palace. Forget it. Just bear with it for now. I believe the Jun family won't be able to be so arrogant for much longer. Deep in the fallen god palace, other supreme beings spoke and advised. The supreme of the fallen god palace did not get angry in the end and endured it. Looking at the silent fallen god palace, all the cultivators of the surrounding factions were as if petrified. As one of the origins of the demonic path in the Huangtian mystic realm, the fallen god palace was scared? This was simply strange. As a demonic cultivator force, the fallen god palace had always been domineering. Even against immortal forces of the same level, the fallen god palace had never been inferior to anyone and was very strong. But now, they were suppressed by the Jun family and did not dare to be presumptuous. The Jun family, one of the three great families of the Yu family, is indeed very powerful. Yeah, they are indeed one of the top families of the clan of the ancients. The fallen god palace is strong, but the Jun family is even stronger than the fallen god palace. Everyone sighed. This news would probably spread throughout the mystic realm soon. On the Jun family's side. In the void, a child in a grey robe, who looked no more than 10 years old, put away the sword in his hand. Although he looked like a child, His eyes were full of vicissitudes of life and age. It was the 16th ancestor of the Jun family, who had swallowed the fruit of the way of longevity and had always maintained the appearance of a child. Ha ha, this sword should be enough to suppress the fallen god palace. On the side, a thin old man in a grey robe smiled faintly. It was the 18th ancestor. Isn't it just the death of a child of the younger generation? Is there a need to have such a big reaction? The 16th ancestor snorted. The 18th ancestor smiled and said nothing. He believed that if something had happened to Jun Xiaoyao, their reaction would probably be more extreme than the supreme of the fallen god palace. Everyone had double standards. If the fallen divine son died, then he died. It had nothing to do with them. But if Jun Xiaoyao had been hurt by someone, the 16th ancestor would probably come to their door with a sword and cut them down. Of course, this kind of thing would not happen, because the peers who could hurt Jun Xiaoyao had not appeared so far. The 16th ancestor smiled and said, but Xiaoyao's performance was satisfactory. He even killed the fallen son of God. I heard that the physical body of the fallen son of God was the body of an ancient freak that the fallen god palace dug out from a divine source. In that case, Xiaoyao should be able to deal with those ancient freaks, the 18th ancestor said. That's good. I was a little worried before that Xiaoyao would have some problems when he went up against that little girl from Zulong. Now, it seems that I don't have to worry at all. The 16th ancestor chuckled. Heh. I'm also looking forward to seeing how powerful Xiaoyao will become when he returns to the mystic realm. The 18th ancestor smiled. I'm afraid he will completely dominate the younger generation of the mystic realm. The 16th ancestor chuckled. Let's wait and see. The glory of the Jun family needs Xiaoyao to continue. The 18th ancestor took a deep breath and sighed. Yes, the Jun family has its glory, but it also has a heavy burden. The 16th ancestor's smile faded a little. Behind the glory, there was a loneliness. Behind the glory of the Jun family, they had paid an unimaginable price. These great ancestors of the Jun family were very farsighted. Although the Jun family was glorious, there was a turbulent undercurrent under the surface. Jun Xiaoyao had to grow up quickly to become the pillar of the Jun family. Recommended reading, Load File 2013. Chapter 214. Jun Xiaoyao naturally didn't know what had happened in the immortal realm. Even if he knew, he would just laugh it off. Being born in such a protective family, he believed that the fallen god palace wouldn't dare to do anything to him. At least on the surface, they wouldn't dare to attack him. Jun Xiaoyao, you've gotten yourself into big trouble. We've already sent the news back. Even the Jun family can't ignore the anger of the fallen god palace, a black-robed saint said in a cold and hoarse voice. Don't you dare speak to the young master again. Old ancestor Dongxian and Jiyu Yuan's eyes were filled with coldness. It was especially so for Jiyu Yuan. Jun Xiaoyao had gone against the fallen Shenzi for the sake of the Battle Demon Hall. He wouldn't allow anyone to speak to Jun Xiaoyao so presumptuously. Just as the two black-robed saints were about to say something, they also received another message. After hearing the news, the two black-robed saints' expressions immediately froze. There was only one short sentence in the message. Don't provoke the Jun family's son of God for now. This made the two black-robed saints dumbfounded. It was Jun Xiaoyao who had caused the fallen son of God's death. Why couldn't they provoke Jun Xiaoyao now? Seeing the two black-robed saints' expressions, Jun Xiaoyao had expected it and sneered. What? Are you going to fight this son of God to the end? When the two black-robed saints heard this, their expressions turned ugly as if they had eaten a fly. They weren't stupid. From this message, they could tell that the fallen god palace was afraid of the Jun family and had given in. They even said that the fallen god palace would make Jun Xiaoyao pay the price. But now, the fallen god palace was the first to give in. The two saints' cheeks burned as if they had been slapped 100 times. They didn't stay any longer and turned to leave. Looking at the two saints who had fled, all the geniuses of the immortal realm were stunned. What happened to the revenge? Why did they run away with their tails between their legs? Yang Qingying admired Jun Xiaoyao even more as she watched the scene unfold. Presumably, Zhang Xiaoyao's background was more powerful than she had imagined. Following such a master, not only was it not a disgrace, but it was also an honor. All right, this matter is over. Your battle demon hall should also prepare to rebuild, Zhang Xiaoyao said with a wave of his hand. Jiyu Yuan and the battle demon palace master were extremely excited when they heard this. Many thanks, young master. The two of them kowtowed sincerely. They believed that with Zhang Xiaoyao's remaining influence, the rebuilt Battle Demon Hall would definitely develop even better. The Battle Demon Hall would once again become the overlord of the Senluo continent. In the next few days, Zhang Xiaoyao stayed in the Senluo continent and took a short break. On the other hand, the cultivators of the Battle Devil Hall were under the lead of the 7th Hall Master, Jiyu Yuan, and they were fighting in all directions. Not only did he completely take over the foundation of the three great sects, but he also conquered many other forces. There were also many other factions that rushed over to join the Battle Demon Hall. The Battle Demon Hall also chose a large territory in the center of the Senluo continent as the location for the reconstruction. The entire Battle Demon Hall was thriving and thriving. One could imagine that it would not be long before a true overlord appeared in the Senluo continent. As for Zhang Xiaoyao, he had also gained something in the Senluo continent. He had obtained the origin of the Senluo continent and obtained the god-devouring demonic technique. He had also taken in a heaven-defying woman with endless potential as his follower. In terms of potential, Yang Qingying was not much weaker than Yi Yu. However, Yi Yu had been born in the ancient emperor clan since he was young. His cultivation and vision were stronger than Yang Qingying, a genius from the lower realm. However, as long as Yang Qingying was given time, with her god-devouring demonic technique and her special physique that could accommodate any type of energy, in the future, she would definitely grow into a powerful Dark Queen. Zhang Xiaoyao was still confident in his judgment in choosing people. Inside the newly built Battle Devil Palace, there was a hall where hot steam filled the air. As he knew that Zhang Xiaoyao had a hobby of soaking in hot springs, even though he might only stay here for a few days, Jiyu Yuan still got someone to build a hot spring pool. At this moment, the person serving Zhang Xiaoyao was not Su Ziqiong, but Yang Qingying. Su Ziqiong's job as a maid was first snatched away by Nalan Ruoshi, and now it was snatched away by Yang Qingying. This made Su Ziqiong a little unhappy. She could not see Zhang Xiaoyao's perfect body. When she had to do something at night, it was difficult for her to imagine Zhang Xiaoyao's appearance. In the hot spring pool, Zhang Xiaoyao was resting with his eyes closed. Yang Qingying used her jade-like hands to massage his shoulders. Defeating the fallen son of God was considered easy for Zhang Xiaoyao, so he did not need to adjust his state at all. He just wanted to relax. Yang Qingying's face that was as white as snow and tender as cream was slightly flushed. Even though her personality was affected by the god-devouring demonic technique and had some negative dark and cold emotions. However, all of this disappeared without a trace in front of Zhang Xiaoyao. She would only disperse her coldness and become a little woman in front of Zhang Xiaoyao. Qingying, you have almost completely digested the power of the fallen son of God, right? Zhang Xiaoyao asked. Yes, it's all thanks to you. On one hand, you took revenge for me, and on the other hand, you improved my strength, Yang Qingying said gently. That's good. In the future, I will let you devour other geniuses. Your strength will improve rapidly, Zhang Xiaoyao said. Yang Qingying hesitated for a moment, but she still said faintly, Young master, this god-devouring demonic technique is outrageous and cannot be tolerated by heaven and earth. The demon ancestor who created this technique also ended up in a situation where everyone wanted to kill him. When the time comes, this was the only thing Yang Qingying was worried about. The god-devouring demonic technique was outrageous. If she really followed Zhang Xiaoyao back to the immortal domain, she would bring trouble to Zhang Xiaoyao because of her identity as the successor of the god-devouring demonic technique. That was not what Yang Qingying wanted to see. So this is what you are worried about. Zhang Xiaoyao shook his head and laughed. Indeed, the heaven-devouring demon ancestor was notorious in the immortal domain. He was like a rat crossing the street. But so what? In the end, the heaven-devouring demon ancestor escaped to the lower world with serious injuries. He ended up in such a miserable state because he was alone and did not have any power behind him. Moreover, he used the god-devouring demonic technique to cause trouble every day. If he did not die, who would? However, Yang Qingying was different. With Jun Xiaoyaro supporting her, who would dare to criticize her identity as the successor of the demonic technique? What a silly girl. Jun Xiaoyaro sighed. Yang Qingying lowered her head in embarrassment, her cheeks blushing. If it was someone else who called her that, Yang Qingying would have charged over. However, Yang Qingying only felt a little shy when Jun Xiaoyaro called her that. It was as if he was pampering her. Don't worry. I, the Son of God, will support you. If anyone in the immortal domain dares to criticize your identity as the successor of the god-devouring demonic technique, I will kill their entire family and turn them into your nourishment. Jun Xiaoyaro said indifferently. He had inherited the protective nature of the Jun family. Since Yang Qingying had sincerely followed him, Jun Xiaoyaro naturally would not let her down. Young master. Yang Qingying's heart went numb. She was so touched that her heart was in a mess. Jun Xiaoyaro had done a lot for her. With a master who treated her so sincerely, what reason did she have not to follow him wholeheartedly? Recommended reading, Load File 2013. Chapter 215. Just as the situation in the Senluo continent was gradually stabilizing. The flames of war had been burning on the Hidden Dragon continent for many days. The Dayan dynasty and the Heavenly Demon royal clan had engaged in hundreds of battles of various sizes. And in these battles, the Dayan dynasty was losing ground. This was because they weren't just facing the Heavenly Demon royal clan. There were also the Black-Winged Bat clan, the Yaksha royal clan, and the Three-Eyed Spirit clan. These three sinful clans had been rescued by the Heavenly Demon royal clan, who had then joined forces to take revenge on the Dayan dynasty. And that wasn't all. In addition to the four sinful clans, there was another faction that was interfering. Although they didn't help openly, they hid under black cloaks to help the Heavenly Demon royal clan and the other factions. They were the people that the goddess of the demon god palace, Yang Rumeng, had brought from the immortal region. Of course, they didn't dare to openly reveal their identity as the demon god palace, as that would be openly going against the Jun family. Therefore, they concealed it slightly. Although this kind of concealment wasn't much different from nothing, it wasn't that straightforward. If the Jun family wanted to punish them, they would have an excuse. Yang Rumeng couldn't dissuade the Heavenly Demon Crown Prince, who insisted on destroying the Dayan dynasty before returning to the immortal region. Yang Rumeng had no choice but to let old he and the others help the Heavenly Demon royal clan. Under the joint attack of the four sinful clans and the Demon God Palace's saint. Even the strongest of the five factions, the Dayan dynasty, couldn't withstand it. The Western Wilderness, Nanling, and Northern Plains fell one after another, and the Dayan dynasty's army suffered countless casualties. The four sinful clans marched directly toward the Dayan dynasty's main camp, the Eastern Lands. The mighty army of sinners blotted out the sky and covered the sun. There were quasi-saints and saints in each of the sinful clans. There were also many void gods, true gods, heavenly gods, and Tao gods. When such a sinful army gathered together, they could wipe out an entire region even in the immortal region, let alone in the lower realm. At this moment, in the army, Yang Rumeng's figure appeared. She wore a long pink dress, and her snow-white face was flawless. Her skin was soft and tender, and her figure was graceful to the extreme. A pair of plump snow-white long legs, slender and tender, tempting people to drool over. She looked at the Sky Demon Crown Prince and said, "Sky Demon Crown Prince, I'll give you one last warning. If you stop now and follow me back to the immortal region, you still have time. If the Son of God of the Jun family or other experts of the Jun family arrive, not even the Demon God Palace will be able to save you." Hearing Yang Rumeng's warning, the Sky Demon Crown Prince didn't say anything. Beside him, a beautiful woman in black soft armor giggled. "Goddess, aren't you a little too afraid of that so-called Son of God of the Jun family? Is he really that powerful?" This coquettish woman was the Yaksha princess of the Yaksha royal clan, another sinful clan. She was also a proud daughter of the heavens. However, the person she worshipped the most was still the Sky Demon Crown Prince. After all, It was the heavenly demon crown prince who had helped the Yaksha royal family break the seal. Coupled with the sky demon crown prince's handsome appearance, the Yaksha princess naturally fell in love with him. Hearing the Yaksha princess's words, Yang Rumeng's lips curled into a cold smile. The scariest thing about a person wasn't his weak cultivation, but his short-sightedness. They had no idea how terrifying the son of God of the Jun family was. I can tell you that the son of God of the Jun family is almost invincible among his peers in the Huangtian mystic realm, Yang Rumeng said. Trending search is enough, Yang Rumeng. You've been talking about the son of God of the Jun family. Do you like him? The sky demon crown prince's face darkened. He originally had some thoughts about Yang Rumeng. After all, such a stunningly beautiful woman was a rare species. In addition, she was also the goddess of the demon god palace and had the demon emperor's body, which made her a perfect match for the sky demon crown prince. However, Yang Rumeng kept talking about how powerful Jun Xiaoyaro was, which made the sky demon crown prince very unhappy. No matter how powerful the son of God of the Jun family was, could he be so powerful? Yang Rumeng's face turned slightly pale when she heard that. She reminded them out of kindness, but the sky demon crown prince and the Yaksha princess ignored her and even mocked her. Okay, I'll take it that I said too much. Pray that you don't run into him. Yang Rumeng's face was cold. She flashed and disappeared into the void. She would not take the initiative to participate in the war. Seeing Yang Rumeng leave, the Yaksha princess curled her lips and held the sky demon crown prince's arm with both hands. Her plump breasts kept rubbing against the sky demon crown prince's arm. Your Highness, don't be unhappy. That goddess is probably just scaring you. She just wants you to return to the mystic realm as soon as possible. The son of God of the Jun family? What a joke. The Yaksha princess flattered. They had always been in the lower realm, so they had never heard of Jun Xiaoyao's name. Hihi, you're right. That son of God of the Jun family is nothing. I have the bloodline of the demon god. Even if that son of God of the Jun family is as powerful as Yang Rumeng said, I can still suppress him. The sky demon crown prince said proudly. The Yaksha princess's flattery made him feel very comfortable. Your Highness, after the battle with the Dayan dynasty, The Yaksha princess moved her red lips closer to the sky demon crown prince in a seductive manner. Haha, good. When the time comes, I'll make sure you have a great time. The sky demon crown prince laughed and hugged the Yaksha princess's waist. Although the Yaksha princess was not as good as Yang Rumeng, she was still a pretty girl. But it was not bad to play with her. Just as the Sinful Alliance army was heading toward the Dayan dynasty's imperial city, the Dayan dynasty was also fully prepared for war. Outside the imperial city, a dense army formed into square formations, ready to go. All kinds of formations were in a pre-activated state, ready to be activated at any time. Above the sky, several figures stood in the void. They were the saints of the Dayan dynasty. The man in the middle was dressed in a royal robe. He was the royal lords of Dayan. How is the situation with the ancient god clan? The royal lords of Dayan asked. A general next to him replied, the situation is not good over there. The ancient demon clan and the ancient demon clan betrayed the Jun family. The ancient god clan will be the first to be targeted. It's good enough that they can hold on. They are still waiting for us to rescue them. Hearing this news, the royal lords of Dayan sighed deeply. Sigh, those damned ancient demon clan and ancient demon clan. I knew they had bad intentions. But who gave them the courage to betray the Jun family? Spies have gathered information. It seems to be related to the primordial divine mountain and the primordial royal clan. They are also related to the Archean royalty of the mystic realm, the general said. I see. It seems that the Archean royalty of the mystic realm is playing a game with the Jun family. It's just making things difficult for us. The royal lords of Dayan were worried. Now that the four Sinful Alliance army was attacking, there was also the saint of the demon god palace who was hiding his identity. The royal lords of Dayan were worried. The general next to him comforted, Your Majesty, don't be so pessimistic. At least the younger generation has experienced the flames of war. Many people have emerged, such as the 16th prince. Hearing this, The royal lords of Dayan were slightly relieved. They looked down at a young man in a brocade robe. The 16th prince, who had been the least important to him, had become a young hero in the flames of war. At this moment, the 16th prince, Fang Han, was in high spirits with his black hair fluttering in the wind. Although a storm was coming, he was full of excitement. Chapter 216. The battle on the Hidden Dragon continent was on the verge of breaking out. At the same time, Jun Xiaoyaro was also preparing to depart from the Senluo continent. He had only come to the Senluo continent as a transit point. However, he was delayed for a while because of the War Demon Palace and the fallen Son of God. Jun Xiaoyaro only rested for a few days before setting off again. This time, however, there was one more person in their team, Yang Qingying. They stepped onto the Senluo continent's teleportation portal and landed on the Hidden Dragon continent. As soon as they arrived at the Hidden Dragon continent, they understood the situation. The sinners were seeking revenge, and the Dayan dynasty's army was retreating. There were even other forces that were helping the sinners. The allied forces of the four sinners were also heading toward the eastern lands, toward the Dayan dynasty's capital city. Interesting. There are other forces that dare to help the sinners against my Jun family's followers. They must be tired of living. A cold smirk appeared on Jun Xiaoyao's deity-like face. Helping the sinners against the Dayan dynasty was secondary. The main thing was that this force seemed to be looking down on the Jun family. The dignity of the Jun family of the ancients was not to be blasphemed. As the son of God of the Jun family, Jun Xiaoyaro could not turn a blind eye to this. "Let's go to the Dayan dynasty's capital city," Jun Xiaoyaro said coldly. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao's cold and expressionless face, everyone was stunned. Yi Yu, old ancestor Dong Xian, and the others were silent. They knew that Jun Xiaoyaro never showed his emotions on his face. His expression was enough to show the cold anger in Jun Xiaoyao's heart. Those sinners are in for it. Old ancestor Dong Xian sighed inwardly. 7 days passed. The allied forces of the four sinners were like a sharp knife that stabbed into the heart of the eastern lands, approaching the Dayan dynasty's capital city. The Dayan dynasty had made all kinds of preparations. The entire royal city was like a steel fortress. However, the expressions of the royal lords of Dayan and the others were very solemn, and there was even a trace of determination. He knew that the Dayan dynasty was doomed. At this moment, on the walls of the royal capital, a young girl wearing a light purple gauze dress stood in the wind. The young girl's facial features were exquisite beyond compare. Her starry eyes were like lacquer, and she had a fine nose and a small mouth. Her delicate body was extremely slender, and her skin was as white as jade. Her entire being seemed to be full of spirit, and she carried an aura of spirituality, just like an elf. This fairy-like, beautiful, and noble girl was Jun Ying-er. At this moment, there was a grave expression on her face. Logically speaking, with Jun Ying-er's status, there was no need for her to fight at all. However, Jun Ying-er's pride as a member of the Jun family made it impossible for her to hide in the back. She was a member of the Jun family, and the blood of the Jun family flowed through her veins. Although it was just an inconspicuous side branch, that sense of family honor was integrated into her bones and blood. Next to her stood a young man in a brocade robe, looking at Jun Ying-er with a gentle gaze. It was the 16th prince, Fang Han. In the face of the impending war, Fang Han did not panic at all. As for why he did not panic, of course, it was because Fang Han knew that he was the destined protagonist of the Hidden Dragon continent. Only those with supreme fortune could obtain the Hidden Dragon continent's god sacrificial talisman. If Fang Han could obtain it, it proved that he was destined. Would the protagonist chosen by the heavens die so easily? Of course not. Fang Han even thought that even if the Dayan dynasty really fell, he would not die. Instead, he would rise in the chaotic world and become the ruler of the Hidden Dragon continent. Because of this confidence, Fang Han did not panic at all. He even looked at Jun Ying-er with an infatuated and gentle gaze. Feeling Fang Han's gaze, Jun Ying-er frowned slightly and said, "Fang Han, now that the enemy is before us, we must all be prepared. This may be the most difficult battle." "Ying-er, of course I know. However, in the past battles, When have I not turned danger into safety? Fang Han said with a smug smile. Hearing Fang Han call her Ying-er, Zhun Ying-er still frowned. Before, Fang Han was very careful and polite, calling her Princess Ying-er. As Fang Han showed his talent and became stronger, his personality had also changed imperceptibly. Now, he even began to call her Ying-er directly. Although Zhun Ying-er was a little disgusted, Fang Han was right about one thing. In the previous battles, big and small, Fang Han was indeed able to turn danger into safety every time, and his strength would greatly increase. I am very happy that you have grown to this point. You are already very amazing, Zhun Ying-er said casually. She was just praising him out of courtesy. However, Fang Han took it seriously and was very happy. I am getting closer and closer to becoming the hero in Ying-er's heart, Fang Han said to himself. In this battle, he would completely shine and let Zhun Ying-er know. He was the hero in Zhun Ying-er's heart. Just as Fang Han began to fantasize and even fantasize about Zhun Ying-er throwing herself into his arms after the battle. Rumble. The ground suddenly began to tremble like the surface of a drum. It's coming. In the sky, a group of powerhouses from the Dayan dynasty and some from the Zhun family's side branches in the lower worlds all had serious expressions. They looked around. In the distant sky, on the horizon, a black tide was overturning. It was the densely packed Sinful Alliance army. Among them, there was a three-eyed spirit that looked like a small giant. It had a third eye between its eyebrows that could manifest all kinds of magic. It could even release a petrifying light to petrify the enemy. This clan used to be one of the most powerful clans in the mystic realm. They stirred up trouble and were eventually suppressed by the Zhun family. In the sky, the Black-Winged Bat clan and the Yaksha royal clan were flying. These two clans were also ferocious clans that were cruel by nature. The Black-Winged Bat clan liked to eat blood, while the Yaksha royal clan had caused endless bloodshed. Finally, there was the Heavenly Demon royal clan, whose demonic chi soared to the sky. This clan once had the blood of the demon emperor flowing in their veins. They were extremely noble and had a great reputation in the mystic realm. However, in the end, they were still suppressed by the Zhun family together with the other 9 ancient clans. At this moment, the Heavenly Demon Crown Prince was in the Heavenly Demon Royal Clan's camp. The beautiful Yaksha princess was next to him. This day has finally come. The Dayan dynasty has suppressed us ancient clans for countless years. Today, we can finally uproot them. And the Zhun family. I heard that there are also some members of the Zhun family in this dynasty. They will all pay the price. The Heavenly Demon Crown Prince narrowed his eyes. They couldn't take revenge on the Zhun family in the mystic realm for now. In that case, they would torture the members of the Zhun family in the Dayan dynasty to death first to vent their anger. As for the consequences, the Heavenly Demon Crown Prince believed that the Demon God Palace would definitely protect him. Because he had the bloodline of the demon god, he had endless potential. In the future, he would at least become a supreme being of the demon Tao. This was the Heavenly Demon Crown Prince's confidence and reliance. Recommended reading, Load File 2013. Chapter 217. The allied forces of the Four Sinners had arrived and sealed off all 4 corners of the Dayan dynasty. This battle would definitely be a battle of life and death. There would be no leeway. Royal Lords of Dayan, I bet you didn't expect that as the suppressors, you would fall to such a state. A saint stepped out from the Heavenly Demon royal family and spoke with a cold tone. For those of you who have sinful blood flowing in your veins, even if you succeed today, you won't be able to withstand the wrath of the Zhun family, the Royal Lords of Dayan said expressionlessly. When they heard the words Master of the Zhun family, the eyes of the cultivators from the 4 sinful clans were filled with hatred. However, other than hatred, there was even more fear and terror. That was right. They were actually afraid of the Zhun family's revenge. Even if the 10 sinners joined forces, they wouldn't be able to shake the foundation of the Zhun family, let alone the 4 sinners. Don't use the Zhun family to scare us. They have many opponents, such as the Archean royalty, the Forbidden Zone, and so on. The Zhun family can't do whatever they want, the saint of the Yaksha royal family said coldly. They had their reasons for being afraid. But they couldn't be willing to be suppressed because of fear, could they? Therefore, overthrowing the Daein dynasty was inevitable. At this moment, the heavenly demon crown prince stepped out and said, "Why waste your breath? Today, the Daein dynasty will be destroyed. Those who have the blood of the Jun family in their veins will also die." The heavenly demon crown prince's eyes glowed red, and his demonic aura soared into the sky. Even the saint of the heavenly demon royal family agreed with his words. Now, the heavenly demon crown prince was almost the most respected person in the heavenly demon royal family. Not only because of the demon god bloodline in his body, but also because of the demon god palace of the immortal realm. It was because of the heavenly demon crown prince that the heavenly demon royal family could break the seal. Therefore, the heavenly demon crown prince's status in the heavenly demon royal family was as respected as a saint. Just then, a clear voice filled with anger sounded from the Daein Empire's side. "You're just a sinner. How dare you boast so shamelessly? Who gave you the right to oppose the Jun family?" The person who spoke was Jun Yinga. Her pretty face was filled with anger. When she heard the Sky Demon Crown Prince's words, her face turned red with anger. The Jun family's sense of honor was one of the best, regardless of whether it was the main branch or the collateral branch. "Oh, you are." The Sky Demon Crown Prince glanced at Jun Ying-er. He couldn't help but be stunned. Although Jun Ying-er was still young, she was already as beautiful as a blooming lotus. This young girl was even more delicate and seductive than the Yaksha princess. Because of her age, she didn't have a perfect figure and flawless face like Yang Rumeng. However, she was already an extremely alluring beauty. Compared to the coquettish Yaksha princess, such a pure and beautiful young girl could arouse the desire in a man's heart more. Jun Yinga of the Jun family. Jun Yinga pulled out a purple longsword. Her crystal eyes were full of fighting spirit. The blood of the Jun family flowed in their veins, and none of them were afraid of death. "Hihi, so you're from the Jun family. Just nice." The heavenly demon crown prince licked his lips. He was very excited. Seeing such an attractive girl, and she was even a member of the Jun family. When the time came to abuse her, it would be twice the pleasure. Jun Yinga's identity as a member of the Jun family was just right for the heavenly demon crown prince to vent his anger. Seeing the heavenly demon crown prince's evil gaze, Jun Yinga showed disdain and disgust. "I can suppress you and vent my anger." The heavenly demon crown prince made his move. Not to be outdone, Jun Yinga made her move as well. The two young geniuses made their moves. Neither side made a move. Although Jun Yinga was a collateral member of the Jun family and was sent to the lower worlds when she was young. However, her talent and strength were definitely among the best in the lower worlds. The tip of the sword streaked across the void. Streaks of purple sword aura covered the sky and rushed toward the heavenly demon crown prince. "She's so strong." Many of the princes and princesses of the Daein dynasty, as well as the young geniuses, were surprised. Jun Yinga rarely made a move before, so they didn't know that the fairy-like Princess Yinga was so strong. Jun Yinga's performance also surprised Fang Han. "It's a good thing that I got an opportunity and my strength skyrocketed. Otherwise, I wouldn't be good enough for Yinga," Fang Han thought to himself. If he had seen Jun Yinga's strength before, he would have felt extremely inferior. But now, Fang Han was very calm. He even felt that Jun Yinga was worthy of his devotion. Seeing Jun Yinga's attack, the heavenly demon crown prince looked calm. Before he made his move, the Yaksha princess beside him made her move. "So what if you're a member of the Jun family? What right do you have to challenge the crown prince? Let me take you on." The Yaksha princess's beautiful face was cold. She also noticed the way the heavenly demon crown prince looked at Jun Yinga. For a moment, her heart was filled with jealousy and hatred. Her divine weapon was a black soft demonic whip. When she swung it, it tore through the air and made a sharp sound. The two women fought in a melee. The purple sword aura flashed and the black whip flashed. The sound of metal clashing against metal continued to resound in the void. In such a battle, the Yaksha princess was gradually at a disadvantage. Finally, Jun Yinga saw an opportunity. Her sword flashed and stabbed at the Yaksha princess's face. The Yaksha princess was shocked. She wanted to dodge again, but there was no chance. Not far away, The heavenly demon crown prince saw this and frowned. What a useless woman. Although the heavenly demon crown prince cursed in his heart, he still made his move. The blood-red demonic chi swept across the sky and turned into a palm that slapped out. The heavenly demon crown prince's sudden move caught Junyinga off guard. She turned around and hurriedly blocked with her sword. But she was still sent flying with a bang. The blood in her chest churned. As for the Yaksha princess, although she escaped the disaster, that wisp of sword chi still brushed past her cheek. A long, bloody gash appeared on her beautiful face. Fresh blood flowed down from the wound. "Ah! You bitch!" the Yaksha princess screamed. She rushed at Junyinga with red eyes and swung the soft demonic whip. Junyinga had not calmed down from the heavenly demon crown prince's attack. She could only block with her sword. The soft demonic whip wrapped around the long sword. Yaksha princess flashed and approached Junyinga, giving her a hard slap. A bright red handprint appeared on Junyinga's jade-like face. Yinga. Seeing this, Fang Han took a step forward and made his move. At the same time, he was secretly delighted. Wasn't this a good chance to be a hero and save the beauty? As long as he showed his absolute strength and forcefully saved Junyinga, then wouldn't he be Junyinga's hero? Thinking of this, Fang Han was even more excited. His face was filled with righteous indignation. He shouted angrily, "The sinners are indeed the sinners. How could they use such a despicable sneak attack?" As Fang Han spoke, he made his move. He stretched out his hand, and as if the shadows of the sun and moon appeared, he sent the Yaksha princess flying. She spat out blood. The heavenly demon crown prince locked his eyes on Fang Han. Recommended reading, Load File 2013. Chapter 218. If the heavenly demon crown prince was the most outstanding prodigy on the side of the sinners, then the most outstanding prodigy on the side of the Dayan dynasty was the 16th prince, Fang Han, who had suddenly risen to prominence. The heavenly demon crown prince had also heard of Fang Han's deeds. He was originally a famous idiot prince of the Dayan dynasty, but in the recent war, he had completely risen to prominence and become one of the best of the younger generation on the side of the Dayan dynasty. At this moment, Fang Han's casual attack had sent the Yaksha princess flying, which attracted the heavenly demon crown prince's attention. "Yinga, are you okay?" Fang Han asked with concern. "I'm fine. Thank you," Junyinga said. Hearing Junyinga's words, Fang Han's heart was as sweet as honey. He was very pleased with himself. But this was not enough. This performance was nothing. He had to defeat the heavenly demon crown prince to leave a deep impression on Junyinga. "You're that Fang Han who rose to prominence recently?" The heavenly demon crown prince's eyes had a hint of mockery. He was not even afraid of Jun Xiaoyaro from the immortal region, let alone this native prodigy from the lower realm. "Heavenly demon crown prince, cut the crap. Today, I will kill you." Fang Han was eager to show off, so he did not waste any time and directly attacked. He moved his palms, which seemed to transform into the shape of the sun and the moon, crushing everything. "You're something." The heavenly demon crown prince's expression turned slightly serious. One of them had the bloodline of an atavistic demon god, while the other was the protagonist of the hidden dragon continent. Neither could be considered weak. The heavenly demon crown prince's chi and blood surged. He reached out his hand, which transformed into a blood-red palm print, and pressed it down. The two immediately clashed. Rumble. The sound of magical power exploding could be heard incessantly. That kind of fluctuation not only shocked the young prodigies, but also some experts of the older generation. So powerful, the princes and princesses who had previously mocked Fang Han were all so shocked that they could not close their mouths. One could stuff an egg into their mouths. They did not expect Fang Han to be so powerful when he went all out. Even Junyinga's watery eyes were filled with shock. Her strength was already considered one of the best in the lower realms. However, this Fang Han, who was previously called trash, was now even stronger than her. Junyinga couldn't understand it. However, as she watched Fang Han fight the Sky Demon Crown Prince, Junyinga's opinion of him changed slightly. Although there was still a huge gap between this figure and the peerless hero in white robes who suppressed the universe in her heart, there was still a huge gap between this figure and the one she imagined. But that didn't stop Zheng Ying'er from having a better impression of him. Of course, this change still had nothing to do with the feelings between men and women. Zheng Ying'er was not the kind of girl who would fall in love at first sight. Unless he could really conquer her completely. However, there shouldn't be such a person in the lower realm, right? Fang Han, on the other hand, felt a sense of exhilaration as he fought. Those royal brothers and sisters who used to despise him were now shocked and had a whole new level of respect for him. The royal lords of Dayan, who used to treat him coldly, were also very satisfied with him at this moment. Of course, what made Fang Han happiest was Zheng Ying'er. Zheng Ying'er looked at him with a glimmer of brilliance in her eyes. Even if it was only a glimmer, it was enough to make Fang Han happy. Great, next, I'll take him by surprise and kill the Sky Demon Crown Prince to boost morale. Fang Han narrowed his eyes. He also had a plan in mind. Bang! After a collision, the Sky Demon Crown Prince seemed to have an opening. Good chance. Fang Han's eyes flashed sharply. Sun and moon shined together. As Fang Han moved his hands, the sun and moon seemed to have turned into a Tai Chi symbol, emerging from his hands, blooming with endless brilliance and powerful fluctuations of power. This was an ultimate technique he had obtained from the sacrificial god talisman, and it was very powerful. Sky Demon Crown Prince, die. Fang Han bombarded the Sky Demon Crown Prince with a carefree smile on his face. He seemed to have seen himself being called a hero after defeating the Sky Demon Crown Prince. Zheng Ying'er would also be completely convinced by his heroism. However, Fang Han suddenly saw a hint of mockery in the Sky Demon Crown Prince's eyes. How stupid. Do you think you can kill me like this? The Sky Demon Crown Prince activated his demon god bloodline. With a loud bang, blood surged into the sky. A vague blood-colored demon god shadow appeared behind the Sky Demon Crown Prince. Sky Demon Void-Shattering Claw. The Sky Demon Crown Prince grabbed out with one hand, and the demon god shadow behind him seemed to reach out with a giant blood-red claw. The giant claw directly tore through space, bringing out a series of pitch-black spatial cracks. Under the Sky Demon Crown Prince's powerful attack, Fang Han's sun and moon shine together was directly torn apart. Fart. Fang Han's clothes were also torn in half, and a huge blood-red claw mark appeared on his chest. He spat out a mouthful of blood, flew backward, and finally smashed into the ground. Dead silence. This turn of events was beyond everyone's expectations. Just a moment ago, Fang Han was still in high spirits and used his ultimate move. Now, his whole body was naked, and his clothes were torn. He was seriously injured and smashed to the ground like a dead dog. This contrast was so great that many people from the Dayan dynasty couldn't react. Zheng Ying'er also hurriedly turned her gaze away, not looking at Fang Han. And Fang Han? He was completely stunned. Stunned. What happened to the plot armor? What happened to being able to kill and become the hero in Ying'er's heart? How did he become like this now? Fang Han himself couldn't react. It wasn't until the bloody claw mark on his chest brought intense pain that he came to his senses. Fang Han's eyes immediately turned red and bloodshot. Extreme humiliation filled his heart. It was one thing for him to be severely injured, but his clothes were torn apart. He was in such a sorry state that it was practically a public execution. His dream of being a hero was completely shattered. Fang Han hurriedly struggled to get up and changed into a set of clothes from his spatial artifact. Fang Han, are you okay? Don't try to be brave. Seeing Fang Han change his clothes, Zheng Ying'er turned around and said. There was also an indescribable disappointment in her heart. The figure of Fang Han fighting the Sky Demon Crown Prince vaguely gave her a feeling that it overlapped with the figure of the hero in her heart. But now, seeing Fang Han's appearance, Zheng Ying'er understood that she had thought too much. Fang Han saw the subtle change in Zheng Ying'er's eyes, and his heart was filled with hatred. He stared at the Sky Demon Crown Prince with bloodshot eyes. You are the stupidest person I have ever met. Do you really think that you can compete with me just because you have a little opportunity? The Sky Demon Crown Prince's tone was playful. In fact, Fang Han was not weak. With the god sacrifice talisman, if he was given time to develop, he would definitely be able to compete with the Sky Demon Crown Prince in the future. But Fang Han had only discovered the God Sacrifice talisman for a short time. He had not fully developed yet, so he could not beat the Sky Demon Crown Prince. Your strength is trash, and you still want to be a hero saving a beauty. What an idiot. Jun Ying, is this trash you're backing? The Sky Demon Crown Prince said. No, I won't rely on anyone. Jun Ying's face turned green. When Fang Han heard this, he was even more embarrassed and angry. He was furious. For a man, it was an absolute disgrace to not be able to let the woman he liked rely on him. Haha, you have a temper. I like it. If this trash can't protect you, then don't blame me for being ruthless. The Sky Demon Crown Prince directly attacked Jun Ying. Recommended reading, Load File 2013. Chapter 219. Stop. Fang Han roared when he saw the Sky Demon Crown Prince attack Jun Ying. However, he was in severe pain in his chest and was bleeding profusely. He was severely injured and couldn't help her. How dare you? The royal lords of Dayan and the others couldn't sit still. Jun Ying was a member of the Jun family. They couldn't just watch the Jun family being suppressed by the sinners. Therefore, the Dayan dynasty took action. At the same time, the allied forces of the four sinners also launched an attack. The Sky Demon Crown Prince's action of suppressing Jun Ying was like a fuse that completely ignited the flames of war. At the same time, several figures with monstrous demonic auras appeared in the void not far away. Two of them were black-robed figures with surging demonic auras. They exuded the aura of demon saints. They were the demon saints of the Demon God Palace, who had concealed their identities. They couldn't hide their identities openly, so they could only use this method to help the Sky Demon royal family. Of course, in terms of strength and lineup, the sinners had a complete victory. It's useless, Jun Ying. No one can save you. The Sky Demon Crown Prince stretched out his palm. A blood-red palm print appeared, filled with blood-red demonic aura, and exploded in all directions. Jun Ying was forced to retreat, and she coughed up blood from her cherry lips. She looked at the blood-red palm print that was suppressing her like a cage. Even though Jun Ying was determined, she couldn't help but show a hint of despair in her bright eyes. After all, she was only a 14-year-old girl. Fang Han, who was watching this scene, struggled but couldn't do anything. He was not the hero in Jun Ying's heart. It's over. Next, I will torture you. The Sky Demon Crown Prince revealed a perverted smile. Jun Ying's eyes showed a hint of death. She would rather die than fall into the hands of the Sky Demon Crown Prince and be humiliated. It's a pity that Ying's wish couldn't be realized. Brother, Ying won't have the chance to return to the mystic region to see you in this life. Jun Ying closed her eyes. A drop of crystal-clear tear quietly fell from the corner of her eye. At this moment, the clamor of war in the surrounding world seemed to be pulled away. Amidst this absolute silence, Yi Zichen stood up. Jun Ying suddenly heard a gentle and indifferent voice. How dare you attack a member of the Jun family? Hearing this voice, Jun Ying suddenly opened her eyes. Then, she saw the most unforgettable scene in her life. A magnificent golden palm print as big as a golden mountain came crashing down from the sky, shattering the clouds in the sky and sweeping through the 10 realms and 8 desolations. As the golden palm fell, it was as if a corner of the sky had collapsed. Who is it? The Sky Demon Crown Prince's hair stood on end as he screamed in horror. He didn't even have time to react. Accompanied by a loud bang, the golden palm that descended from the sky smashed the Sky Demon Crown Prince into the ground. Rumble. It was as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had erupted, causing the surrounding mountains to shake. A palm-shaped crater appeared on the ground. Thick cracks spread out in all directions like a spider web. Silence. A deathly silence. This sudden palm strike that came from the heavens directly slammed the Sky Demon Crown Prince into the ground. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The impact was too shocking. It was to the extent that the battlefield that had just begun froze momentarily. Some of the saints were stunned. In the sky, an otherworldly figure in a white robe stepped through the air. He was like the son of a god, the descendant of a banished immortal. It was Jun Xiaoyao. His white robe fluttered in the wind, his hair was black, and his skin looked like it was carved from immortal jade. He looked like an immortal and extraordinarily handsome. Is that an immortal? Some of the Dayan dynasty cultivators were stunned. As for Zhang Ying, she was in an unprecedented state of shock. At this moment, the immortal-like figure in the white robe arrived on the auspicious clouds. In her mind, he was so similar to the peerless hero in white robes who descended from the sky on seven-colored cloud. No. It should be said that the current Zhang Xiaoyao was even more otherworldly than the peerless hero in Zhang Ying's mind. Zhang Xiaoyao's handsomeness and his powerful means of slapping the Sky Demon Crown Prince away as soon as he appeared made him even more outstanding than the peerless hero in her mind. Zhang Ying's heart was instantly hit by Cupid's arrow. She was not a person who would fall in love with anyone at first sight. But now, Zhang Xiaoyao was a perfect match for all her teenage fantasies. In fact, he was much, much more outstanding. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoyao's appearance made the entire battlefield fall into silence. Am I seeing things? The Sky Demon Crown Prince was slapped into the ground by that white-robed man? That's right. That palm print is too terrifying. What is the cultivation level of that white-robed man? After a brief silence, there was an uproar that broke the sky. The entire battle was completely disrupted by Zhang Xiaoyao, and it was temporarily suspended. Who is he? On the ground, Fang Han, who was in an extremely sorry state and covered in blood, was also stunned. Then, he saw Zhang Ying's expression. She seemed to be in a daze, and her whole body was numb. Zhang Xiaoyao turned a blind eye to the surprised, and shocked expressions of the people around him. His eyes first looked at Zhang Ying. Yes, it's her, Zhang Xiaoyao murmured in his heart. Because Zhang Wanjie had been by his side before, Zhang Xiaoyao was quite familiar with Zhang Wanjie's bloodline aura. And the girl in a lavender gauze dress in front of him had the same bloodline aura as Zhang Wanjie's. Her age also matched. There was no doubt that this girl was Zhang Wanjie's sister in the lower realm. However, Zhang Xiaoyao saw Zhang Ying's swollen cheek with a palm print on it. His figure was slightly blurred, and the next moment, he appeared in front of Zhang Ying. Zhang Ying's pretty face was slightly red, and she was somewhat at a loss. She was very calm when facing Fang Han and the others. But facing the handsome white-robed man in front of her, she was a little flustered. Her heart was pounding like a deer's. Zhang Xiaoyao raised his hand and stroked Zhang Ying's swollen cheek. Zhang Ying's heart beat even faster. Logically speaking, if a stranger did this to her, it would be considered flirting, and Zhang Ying would definitely be angry. But now, Zhang Ying was as obedient as a porcelain doll. Zhang Ying actually wanted to refuse, but Zhang Xiaoyao was too handsome, and most importantly, Zhang Ying could feel that Zhang Xiaoyao's attitude was not flirting at all. Who did it? Zhang Xiaoyao asked. Yaksha Princess. Zhang Ying pursed her lips and said with some grievance. Zhang Xiaoyao gently stroked her cheek, and divine light spread out. In an instant, Zhang Ying's cheek returned to normal, as tender and white as jade. Seeing this scene, Fang Han was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Although he and Zhang Ying did not have any physical relationship, at this moment, he felt that there was a green grassland above his head. After Zhang Ying's face was restored, Zhang Xiaoyao withdrew his hand and turned to look at Yaksha Princess. He did not say a word. His eyes were as cold as ice, and he pressed down with one hand. The golden palm print swept across the void, producing a thunderous roar. Yaksha Princess did not even have the chance to react before she was directly slapped. She was crushed into meat paste by the golden palm print. The palm print blasted the Sky Demon Prince deep into the ground, and it was unknown whether he was alive or dead. Pinching Yaksha Princess to death with one hand was like crushing an ant. Zhang Xiaoyao was like a god descending in person, shocking everyone. Chapter 220. No one in this world was able to react in time. Zhang Xiaoyao's performance had completely shaken them to the core. Zhang Ying's red lips were wide open, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. Even she had a hard time dealing with the Yaksha Princess. However, the handsome young man in white in front of him had killed him effortlessly with a single hand. Sir, you are. Zheng Ying'er asked nervously. Train of thought, someone asked me to bring you back to the deity region, Zhang Xiaoyaro said lightly. Zheng Ying'er's mind shook when she heard this, as if thunder was rumbling. She was a little absent-minded, and tears appeared in her eyes. Had her brother finally fulfilled his promise and walked towards the peak? He could even send people to the lower worlds to look for her. Did my brother send you to find me? Zheng Ying'er asked excitedly. Well. Zhang Xiaoyaro was speechless for a moment, and then nodded slightly. That's great. Zheng Ying'er smiled, and her smile was as beautiful as a lily. She then looked at Zhang Xiaoyao's handsome face, which was shrouded in divine radiance, and felt confused for a moment. Although she believed that her brother had become very strong. However, even his followers were this strong. At this moment, there was a loud bang. Blood-red demonic chi spewed out like a volcano from the deep pit in the palm print. Then, a figure came out. It was the Sky Demon Crown Prince. However, at this moment, the Sky Demon Crown Prince looked extremely miserable. His hair was disheveled, and his body was covered in blood. His body was cracked, and there were bloody wounds on his skin. With such an appearance, it was hard to associate him with the lofty Sky Fae Crown Prince from before. At this moment, the Sky Demon Crown Prince had become Fang Han number 2. He was also extremely miserable. Who are you? How dare you sneak attack me? The Sky Demon Crown Prince's eyes were burning with blood-red flames. If he didn't have the demonic god bloodline to protect him, that blow would have completely crushed his body. You're not dead. You're lucky. Zhang Xiaoyaro was a little surprised. 80% of the elites couldn't withstand his slap. For the Heavenly Fae Crown Prince to be able to withstand his palm strike, he did have some skills. Zhang Xiaoyaro did not know that the Sky Fae Crown Prince possessed the Fae god bloodline. However, even if he knew, there shouldn't be any waves. All of the prodigies he had dealt with had all sorts of trump cards. A mere demon god's bloodline was not enough to cause Zhang Xiaoyaro to react. You haven't answered my question. The Sky Demon Crown Prince glared at Zhang Xiaoyaro. I, the son of God, do not need to waste my breath on ants. Zhang Xiaoyaro attacked again. Golden light bloomed as his blood chi surged towards the Heavenly Demon Crown Prince. Son of God. The Heavenly Demon Crown Prince murmured. Then, he suddenly came back to his senses. Unable to hide his shock, he exclaimed, You are, the son of God of the Zheng family. The immortal-like white-clothed man in front of her was none other than the son of God of the Zheng family that Yang Rumeng had mentioned. The sound shocked everyone, and then there was an uproar. The son of God of the Zheng family. The Zheng family is here to help. The royal lords of Dayan and the others were stunned at first, and then their faces showed extreme joy. The Zheng family was finally here. Moreover, he knew that the Zheng family would not only send the Son of God to the lower worlds. He must have a protector following him. In this way, the Dayan dynasty could be saved. What, the Son of God? Zheng Ying'er exclaimed. She could not help but cover her mouth with her jade-like hand as her eyes widened. Although she was a collateral member of the Zheng family, she was sent to the lower worlds when she was young. However, she also understood what the words Son of God meant. That was an existence that her brother could only look up to. Now, Zheng Ying'er came back to her senses and realized that she had misunderstood. The white-clothed man in front of her was not her brother's follower at all. It was even very likely that her brother was his follower. Zhang Xiaoyaro pushed his palm across the void without using any moves at all. The divine elephant overpowering strength of the hell-crushing divine elephant, coupled with the power of 70 immortal bones of the great all-embracing heaven, was enough to sweep across the lower world. Rumble. The void shattered, and heaven and earth shook. Zhang Xiaoyao's every move was like an ancient god descending to the world, destroying heaven and earth. The Heavenly Demon Crown Prince's expression suddenly changed, and his eyes were filled with extreme shock. Now, he finally understood what Yang Rumeng's warning meant. Heavenly Demon Void-Shattering Claw. The Heavenly Demon Crown Prince also unleashed all of his strength, squeezing the power of his bloodline. The demon god's bloodline surged, and the shadow of the demon god formed behind him. The blood-red giant claw, tearing the sky and splitting the earth, collided with Zhang Xiaoyao's palm. However, bang! There was no suspense at all. The heavenly demon void-shattering claw, which had beaten Fang Han so badly, could not stop Jun Xiaoyaro at all. His train of thought was the fastest. LZ without M. Jun Xiaoyaro formed the Manmonic seal, and the shadow of an indomitable sovereign appeared behind him. The Manmonic seal subdued heaven and earth. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyaro seemed to be the center of all things in the world, his graceful bearing unmatched as he suppressed the heavenly demon crown prince with a single hand. The heavenly demon crown prince's eyes were bloodshot as he roared, "No, how could you be this strong?" Previously, in the face of Yang Yu Meng's warning, he turned a blind eye and even ridiculed her. But now, the heavenly demon crown prince finally tasted the bitter fruit of his arrogance. It was fine to be arrogant, but it also depended on who the other party was. Jun Xiaoyaro could be arrogant, but that didn't matter. He had the qualifications to be arrogant. He could look down on anyone of his generation. But what about the heavenly demon crown prince? Did he have the qualifications? Demonic blood divine seal. The heavenly demon crown prince formed a hand seal, and his demonic energy surged. A blood-red seal appeared and clashed with Jun Xiaoyao's Manmonic seal. Boom! The heavens and earth shook, and the stars fell. Ferocious ripples of dharmic powers swept out in all directions. Poochie! The heavenly demon crown prince was blasted back once again. His ribs constantly emitted cracking sounds, and it was unknown how many of them were shattered. Blood spewed out of his mouth as though it was free. He slammed heavily to the ground, looking as miserable as a dog. 2 moves. Just 2 moves. The heavenly demon crown prince, who was incomparably arrogant just a moment ago, was now beaten into a dead dog. The 4 sinners' allied forces widened their eyes and fell silent. On the Dayan dynasty's side, many princes and princesses swallowed a mouthful of saliva. How could this be? On the other hand, Fang Han was in a daze and was in a daze. He had been ruthlessly crushed by the heavenly demon crown prince. But now, the heavenly demon crown prince was suppressed by Jun Xiaoyaro in 2 moves. What did this mean? It meant that the gap between him and Jun Xiaoyaro was like heaven and earth, like clouds and mud. How could this be? I got the god sacrificial talisman. I'm the main character. Fang Han was in a daze. Shouldn't he be in the limelight in this battle? Shouldn't the unparalleled hero in Jun Ying-er's heart be him? But now, Fang Han looked at Jun Ying-er. At this moment, Jun Ying-er had completely become Jun Xiaoyao's little fangirl. The extraordinary splendor in her pair of lustrous eyes was so rich that it could not be concealed. The longing, yearning, adoration, and admiration were so thick that it could not be dispersed. Phut! Seeing Jun Ying-er's expression, Fang Han grunted and could not help but spit out another mouthful of blood. The unparalleled hero had appeared, but it was not him at all. Chapter 221. Jun Xiaoyao's performance left everyone dumbfounded, unable to recover for a long time. The heavenly demon crown prince was one of the strongest young geniuses of the sinners. Yet, he had been defeated by Jun Xiaoyaro in 2 moves. Just how strong was this white-robed son of God of the Jun family? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were indifferent. He attacked again, aiming for the heavenly demon crown prince. This time, he was going to kill the heavenly demon crown prince. How dare you! The heavenly demon royal saint roared. Although Jun Xiaoyao's identity was extraordinary, as he was the son of God of the Jun family. However, they couldn't just watch the heavenly demon crown prince be killed. Therefore, even if they were bullying the weak, the heavenly demon royal saint had to take action. At this moment, the aura of a saint erupted in the void again, followed by a cold shout. You are the ones who are being impudent. Patriarch Dongxian and his followers appeared, blocking the heavenly demon royal saint with one hand. Die! Jun Xiaoyao's expression was indifferent as he slammed his palm down. As far as he was concerned, killing a sky demon crown prince was a simple matter. No! The heavenly demon crown prince was truly terrified this time, his eyes filled with fear. Swoosh! A demonic palm print appeared in the void, blocking Jun Xiaoyao's palm print. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed slightly. A deep sigh was heard. Jun family's son of God, how about sparing his life? Rumon can return to report. Following this sigh, a woman with a flawless face appeared. Her pink dress fluttered, her hair was like a waterfall, her skin was smooth, and her legs were long and slender. It was Yang Rumeng. She had been hiding in the void all this time, but when she saw Jun Xiaoyaro arrive, she knew that today's matter would be difficult to resolve. However, she also had a mission from the little demon empress, so she couldn't just watch the heavenly demon crown prince be killed by Jun Xiaoyaro. Therefore, she could only brace herself and appear. When Yang Rumeng appeared, many male cultivators from the Dayan dynasty held their breaths. It was not because of anything else. It was because Yang Rumeng was too beautiful. Just like her name, Yang Rumeng was as beautiful and flawless as an illusion. It was hard to imagine that she was a demon. She had the perfect and otherworldly temperament of a fairy from the Moon Palace. You are the goddess of the demon god palace. Jun Xiaoyao's face was as calm as an ancient well. Even though Yang Rumeng's appearance was breathtakingly perfect, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes did not waver in the slightest. He had seen too many beauties. Which one of them wasn't a peerless talent? Therefore, he had long been immune to beautiful women. Not to mention, with his personality, he would not care about any woman at all, even if she was very beautiful. Jun Xiaoyaro was able to recognize Yang Rumeng because Yang Rumeng was also very famous in the Huangtian mystic realm. Her appearance was perfect and flawless, and she was the dream lover of countless male cultivators. However, it would be a big mistake to look down on her because of her appearance and think that she was just a vase. Yang Rumeng had the demon emperor's body and was the most talented genius of the demon god palace. She was considered a top existence among the younger generation of the mystic realm. Haha, it is my honor to be recognized by the son of God of the Jun family. Yang Rumeng chuckled, as gorgeous as 100 flowers blooming. She was usually very cold and otherworldly. But at this moment, facing Jun Xiaoyaro, she was not otherworldly. Because Jun Xiaoyaro was even more otherworldly than her. Seeing Yang Rumeng's attitude, the heavenly demon prince felt a little uncomfortable. When Yang Rumeng faced him, although there wasn't any obvious disdain, there was a cold and aloof feeling that came from her bones. But now, facing Jun Xiaoyaro, Yang Rumeng was not stingy with her smile. She was like a prostitute who sold her smile. But when he thought that he was still alive, the heavenly demon prince breathed a sigh of relief. He believed that with Yang Rumeng and the demon god palace, Jun Xiaoyaro would not dare to touch him. Tempage, when I return to the mystic realm and receive the training of the demon god palace, I will completely activate the bloodline of the demon god. Jun Xiaoyao, then it will be the time of your death. The heavenly demon prince was not stupid enough to directly provoke Jun Xiaoyao. Instead, he said coldly in his heart. When Jun Xiaoyaro saw the expression in the heavenly demon prince's eyes, he knew what he was thinking. So, you want to stop this son of God from killing the heavenly demon prince? Jun Xiaoyaro looked at Yang Rumeng. I have no choice. I have a mission. Can't the son of God be more understanding? Just take it that I owe the son of God a favor. Yang Rumeng lowered her eyes and said with a hint of coquettishness. A favor? How are you going to repay it? Jun Xiaoyaro looked Yang Rumeng up and down. Faced with Jun Xiaoyao's scrutiny, Yang Rumeng felt a faint numbness all over her body. I'll repay it however the son of God wants. I just hope the son of God won't go too far. Yang Rumeng bit her lip and said softly with watery eyes. These words caused people to be lost in fanciful thoughts. That's too shameless. Jun Yinga said angrily. She was worried that Jun Xiaoyaro wouldn't really listen to Yang Rumeng and let the heavenly demon prince go, right? Ha. Jun Xiaoyaro smiled. Yang Rumeng saw Jun Xiaoyaro smile and felt relieved. However, in the next moment, Jun Xiaoyao's words completely stunned Yang Rumeng, the goddess. Do you have the right to negotiate with this son of God? Jun Xiaoyao directly attacked. Since Yang Rumeng wanted to save the heavenly demon prince, Jun Xiaoyao might as well suppress Yang Rumeng first. Jun Xiaoyao, you. Yang Rumeng's expression changed. It was the first time she had seen such an iron-willed straight man who was unmoved by beauty. In a flash, Jun Xiaoyao landed in front of Yang Rumeng and threw a punch at Yang Rumeng's chest. Yang Rumeng gritted her teeth and fought back. Her slender body emitted monstrous demon chi. She had the demon king body and her body was very strong. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of collisions, Yang Rumeng was knocked back. Seeing that Jun Xiaoyaro wasn't seduced by her beauty, Jun Ying-er's eyes sparkled. For a girl of her age, Jun Xiaoyaro was more of a prince charming than a prince charming. Seeing that Yang Rumeng had activated the demon king body, Jun Xiaoyaro was also surprised. Although Yang Rumeng had a slender figure and slender joints, her physical strength were far stronger than some king bodies. At least, Yi Xingyun's kingly body of stars was no match for the demon king body. However, no matter what kind of body it was nothing in front of the sacred body of the ancients. Jun Xiaoyao's fist surged and directly hit Yang Rumeng's chest. Jun Xiaoyao, you. Yang Rumeng couldn't keep calm. His angle of attack was very tricky. Of course, Jun Xiaoyao didn't do it on purpose. In his eyes, there was only the enemy. There was no difference between men and women. Do you have to worry about the opponent being a woman when you attack? Yang Rumeng was knocked back again. Her arm was numb. It was hard to imagine that this was just a casual attack from Jun Xiaoyao. Yang Rumeng swept her leg, which was covered with runes. With a force that could crush mountains, she kicked back at Jun Xiaoyao. Even the former heavenly demon crown prince would probably be smashed to pieces by this kick. Jun Xiaoyao's palm shone with a golden light. With a boom, he directly grabbed Yang Rumeng's calf. Her legs were slender. They felt like they were made of jade. However, Jun Xiaoyao said something at the wrong time. You're slim, slender, and lean. What's your true form? Yang Rumeng was about to struggle when she heard Jun Xiaoyao's words. Her whole face was stunned. Slender was understandable. After all, it was an idiom of praise. But what the hell did he mean by fat and thin? Moreover, Jun Xiaoyao asked her what her true form was. What did this mean? It meant that Jun Xiaoyao was coveting her true form. Leisurely literature, let the soul travel. Chapter 222. As a member of the demon race, Yang Rumeng's true form was naturally not human. To the demon race, the true form was a secret, just like asking a girl's age. Not to mention the outside world, even in the demon god palace, only the little demon empress and a few others knew what Yang Rumeng's true form was. And now, didn't Jun Xiaoyao's attitude show that he had his eyes on Yang Ruyu's true form? It wasn't like Jun Xiaoyao hadn't tasted it before. For example, the supreme dark dragon of Zulong and the sky-devouring sparrow. However, the problem was that the current Yang Rumeng was a great beauty. Jun Xiaoyao pinched her leg and asked her what her true form was. It was clear what he was thinking. He was simply a demon. Even with Yang Rumeng's cold personality, she couldn't help but lose her composure and wanted to scream. Jun Xiaoyao, are you a demon? Jun Xiaoyao, you've gone too far. Yang Rumeng lost her composure and said angrily. She completely activated the power of the demon emperor body, and at the same time, her other leg was aimed at Jun Xiaoyao's head. This was completely an instinctive action under anger, and one could imagine how ashamed and angry she was. Yang Rumeng's leg struck the void, and her pink dress fluttered. Jun Xiaoyao reacted quickly and blocked with his other hand. At the same time, a golden divine chain of order rushed out from between his eyebrows and turned into a golden dagger. It was the primitive Emperor Dao sword. When the primitive Emperor Dao sword appeared, Yang Rumeng's expression changed. She also took out a mirror-like weapon and blocked the primitive Emperor Dao sword's attack. However, the powerful rebounding force once again sent Yang Rumeng flying, leaving behind a trace of blood at the corner of her red lips. Miss. The two black-robed demon saints' expressions changed, and they directly attacked. Although they did not dare to kill Jun Xiaoyao, they had to at least protect Yang Rumeng. Upon seeing the two black-robed demon saints suppress Jun Xiaoyao, Patriarch Dongxian, Jiyu Yuan, and company wanted to help, but they were stopped by the saint of the Heaven Demon royal family. Nine-headed lion, Yi Yu, Yang Qingying, Su Ziqiong, and the others were also present. However, it was impossible for them to block the attack of a saint. Haha, Jun Xiaoyao, I admit that you are very strong, but in this lower realm, there are still quasi-sages and saints. You can't overturn the heavens. The Sky Demon Crown Prince laughed. Currently, the allied forces of the 4 sinners, including the 2 demon saints from the demon god palace, numbered more than 20. As for Zhun Xiaoyao's side, even if old ancestor Dong Xian and Jiu Yuan were included, there were only 4 or 5 of them. How could Zhun Xiaoyao make up for the difference in combat strength? When the royal lords of Dayan and the others thought of this, their hearts sank. Could it be that even if the Son of God of the Zhun family came, there was nothing he could do? Lord Son of God. Zhun Ying-er's beautiful eyes were firm as she prayed in her heart. For some reason, she had an inexplicable confidence in Zhun Xiaoyao. Perhaps Zhun Xiaoyao's appearance had shaken her to her core. Therefore, she believed that Zhun Xiaoyao had the ability to solve all problems. Ha, what a joke! Zhun Xiaoyao's lips curled into a cold smile. The next moment, the void was torn apart as 6 star-shattering godly puppets attacked the 2 demon saints. These are saint puppets. The 2 demon saints were caught off guard and were injured. Of course, they were saints of the demon god palace after all. In terms of strength, they were much stronger than Patriarch Golden Spider, so they were not instantly killed by the star-shattering godly puppets. When she saw the 6 saint puppets, Yang Rumeng's expression turned serious. The Sky Demon Crown Prince was so scared that his face turned pale. If Zhun Xiaoyao had used the star-shattering godly puppets from the beginning, he would have been killed instantly. Of course, Zhun Xiaoyao would not use the star-shattering godly puppets just for the Sky Demon Crown Prince. There was no need to use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. On the other hand, cheers rang out from the Dayan dynasty. These 6 star-shattering godly puppets had undoubtedly given the Dayan dynasty a hope. A hope that they might survive. However, even if there were 6 star-shattering godly puppets, there was still Patriarch Dongxian, Jiu Yuan, and the saints of the Dayan dynasty. Their numbers were still not as good as the coalition of sinners. I don't care if you are the son of God of the Zhun family. You have to pay with your life for killing someone, a saint from the Yakshaw royal tribe said coldly. Zhun Xiaoyao had casually killed the Yakshaw princess, which had completely enraged the Yakshaw clan. The saints of the sinners had all attacked, fighting with the star-shattering godly puppets and the saints of the Dayan dynasty. The Yakshaw royal tribe's saint had just freed himself and locked onto Zhun Xiaoyao, his eyes cold. Die. The Yakshaw royal tribe's saint attacked, his power surging as he threw a punch at Zhun Xiaoyao. The sky seemed to have collapsed. Lord Son of God! Zhun Ying screamed. The expressions of Patriarch Dongxian, Jiu Yuan, and the royal lords of Dayan changed drastically. They wanted to help, but they were entangled by the saints of the sinners. The Sky Demon Crown Prince was overjoyed when he saw this. The guy who had left a deep shadow on him was finally going to die. What was even more surprising was that Fang Han's eyes had a tinge of joy as well. Yes, Zhun Xiaoyao had saved the Dayan dynasty. However, not only was he, the prince of the Dayan dynasty, not only was he not grateful, he even had a hint of joy when he saw Zhun Xiaoyao in danger. As for the reason, it was very simple. Jealousy. Fang Han was deeply jealous of Zhun Xiaoyao. That feeling was like a lowly earthworm that had obtained an opportunity and transformed into a python. Just when he thought he was going to become stronger, suddenly, a true dragon appeared in front of him. All his efforts and all his rise were so laughable and insignificant in front of Zhun Xiaoyao. Some people were born to be superior. Not to mention that after Zhun Xiaoyao appeared, Zhun Ying'er's eyes had never left Zhun Xiaoyao. How could Fang Han not be jealous? When jealousy reached a certain level, Fang Han naturally hoped that Zhun Xiaoyao would die. Time seemed to have slowed down at this moment. The attack of the Yakshaw royal tribe's saint was about to land on Zhun Xiaoyao. Everyone thought that the result was inevitable. No matter how strong Zhun Xiaoyao was, it was impossible for him to fight against a saint. It didn't make sense. Master. Yang Qingying tried her best to break through, but she was surrounded by layers of sinners. Yi Yu, Zhun Ying-er, and the others also tried to attack, but they were all blocked. At this moment, it seemed that no one could save Zhun Xiaoyao. Zhun Xiaoyao could even see the ferocious and bloodthirsty expression on the Yakshaw royal tribe's saint's face. Killing a monstrous prodigy with peerless aptitude was also a thrilling experience. Is the invincible legend of the Jun family's younger generation going to end here? Yang Rumeng's eyes were also watching. However, what made her feel strange was, Jun Xiaoyao's face was as calm as before. It seemed that he didn't know that he was only one step away from death. Die. The Yaksha royal tribe's saint slapped down. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly looked at the Yaksha royal tribe's saint and murmured a few words. The Yaksha royal tribe's saint read the meaning of these words. You are dead. The next moment, a terrifying aura suddenly surged out like an abyss. Leisurely literature, let the soul travel. Chapter 223. The dark red aura surged into the 9 levels of heaven like an ancient volcano erupting. Along with the eruption of the dark red aura was a terrifying wave of saint plane energy. What is that? The Yaksha royal saint exclaimed. No matter how talented Jun Xiaoyao was, it was impossible for him to become a saint right away. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, a majestic demonic shadow appeared in front of Jun Xiaoyao. The demonic shadow was muscular and had long hair that reached its ankles. Its eyes, half covered by black hair, were as red as blood and exuded a sense of madness. It was the holy physique of the fallen that Jun Xiaoyao brought out from Panwu Ling. When Jun Xiaoyao brought out the holy physique of the fallen, he already had a plan in mind. The sacred body of the ancients had something in common. If part of his spiritual force were to enter the holy physique of the fallen's divine palace, he would be able to control it. Of course, there were limits to such control. If it was done too often, Jun Xiaoyao's sacred body of the ancients might be tainted by the holy physique of the fallen's demonic and ominous aura. Therefore, it could only be used as an emergency. Now was the right time to use it. What? What is that? A puppet? The other saints of the sinners were also shocked. No, this person's aura is monstrous and has the aura of a living person. It doesn't look like a puppet. What the hell is that? Everyone was puzzled. However, the wave of saint plane energy could not be concealed. Jun Xiaoyao looked at the Yaksha royal saint with a smile on his lips. He reached out and pointed between his eyebrows. A ball of light filled with dense soul power emerged and went directly into the holy physique of the fallen's divine palace. In an instant, the eyes of the holy physique of the fallen shot out 3 feet of bloody light as if they had been activated. It's over. Jun Xiaoyao and the holy physique of the fallen spoke at the same time. Jun Xiaoyao's cold and indifferent voice overlapped with the hoarse and heavy voice of the holy physique of the fallen, bringing an indescribable sense of oppression. It was as if the most powerful boss had come out of seclusion. Boom! The holy physique of the fallen roared to the sky. His black hair was 3,000 feet long, and dark red aura gushed out. He charged straight at the Yaksha royal saint. We're both saints. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The Yaksha royal saint also released his aura and attacked. But the result was, bang! The attack of the Yaksha royal saint landed on the fallen saint being but did not cause any damage. There wasn't even a single wound. The Yaksha saint was stunned. He felt as if his soul had been sucked out. He was a saint. Even if it was only an early-stage saint, this attack was enough to shatter mountains, lakes, and seas. But now, it couldn't cause any harm to the person in front of him. He wasn't the only one. All of the sinners sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Old ancestor Dongxian, Jiyu Yuan, and the rest were shocked as well. Because this was the first time Jun Xiaoyao had used the holy body of the fallen, it was also the first time they had seen it. Everyone was shocked, and their scalps went numb. Little did they know that the sacred body of the ancients was invincible among those of the same level. Even if it was the holy body of the fallen, the strength of his physical body remained unchanged. Since it was invincible among those of the same level, the attack of the Yaksha royal saint naturally couldn't cause any harm to the holy body of the fallen. On the other hand, the holy body of the fallen grabbed the shoulders of the Yaksha royal saint with both hands. Then, he suddenly tore. Rip! It was like tearing a piece of paper. The famous Yaksha royal saint was torn in half by the holy body of the fallen. Blood rained down. Sacred blood spilled. Heaven and earth were dead silent at this moment. That was a saint, a high and mighty saint. But at this moment, He was torn in half like a chicken being torn apart with bare hands. This shocking scene caused everyone to be unable to breathe. It was as if their necks were being strangled by a pair of invisible hands. Roar. The holy body of the fallen was baptized by the sacred blood and became even more violent. His blood-red eyes shot out 3 feet of bloody light as he locked onto the other Yaksha royal saint. That Yaksha royal saint didn't even have the courage to fight. He turned around and tried to escape. But how could he escape the pursuit of the holy body of the fallen? Bang! 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 The holy body of the fallen took 3 steps forward and grabbed the Yaksha royal saint. Spare! Spare my life! The Yaksha royal saint begged for mercy in horror. But the holy body of the fallen was being controlled by Jun Xiaoyaro at this moment. How could he spare these sinners? Rip! In the next second, the Yaksha royal saint was also torn in half. Then, the holy body of the fallen didn't stop. He directly attacked the heavenly monster royal saint. Ah! Monster, what kind of monster is this? It's definitely not a saint. Could it be a saint king or a supreme saint? Voices of horror and screams rose and fell one after another. All the sinners felt like their scalps were about to explode at this moment. Their hair stood on end, and they couldn't stop trembling as if they had gone mad. Not to mention the ordinary sinners. Even the sinners' saints were scared out of their wits at this moment. It was as if their bones were frozen. They had never seen such a terrifying existence. It tore apart a saint as if it was a joke. Terrifying. Too terrifying. The heavenly monster crown prince was stunned on the spot. It was as if his soul had been sucked out of his body. He never expected that there would be such a terrifying existence by Jun Xiaoyao's side. Killing a saint like slaughtering a dog. Despair. Endless despair drowned the heavenly monster crown prince's heart like a tide. You ant, it's time for you to die. Jun Xiaoyaro casually struck out with his palm. A golden palm print swept across the void and crushed toward the heavenly monster crown prince. At this moment, the heavenly monster crown prince finally regretted it. He regretted not listening to Yang Rumeng's warning and returning to the immortal region earlier. But there was no medicine for regret in this world. Boom! Unsurprisingly, the heavenly monster crown prince was killed by Jun Xiaoyao's palm in endless despair. Jun Xiaoyaro reached out and grabbed the heavenly monster crown prince's body and threw it to Yang Qingying. Devour him. Don't waste the demon god bloodline, Jun Xiaoyaro said. He couldn't use the demon god bloodline himself, but it was of great help to Yang Qingying. Yang Qingying revealed a grateful and excited expression. She first devoured the fallen son of God, and now she devoured the heavenly monster crown prince. If she continued to devour like this, only God knew how powerful she would be in the future. Seeing this scene, Yang Rumeng sighed deeply. She originally thought that even if she couldn't save the heavenly monster crown prince, she would at least get the demon god bloodline. But now, it was all in vain. Not only that, but Yang Rumeng was also offended by Jun Xiaoyaro. She was at a loss. Miss, let's go. The 2 monster saints of the monster god palace also called out. With the fallen saint body, no saint was a match for him at all. Even these 2 saints of the monster god palace couldn't deal with the fallen saint body. Yang Rumeng was also very decisive. She took out a space escape talisman and left. I forgot about you guys. This time, the sinners broke the seal, and you guys contributed. Jun Xiaoyaro narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the 2 saints of the monster god palace. He directly controlled the fallen saint body and attacked the 2 saints of the monster god palace. The result was also without any suspense. Accompanied by 2 screams, the 2 saints of the monster god palace died on the spot. Leisurely literature, let the soul travel. Chapter 224. Elder He. Yang Rumeng, who was fleeing in the distance, turned around and saw Elder He and the others were smashed into pieces by the saint of the fallen's punch. Their bodies collapsed, and blood splattered everywhere. Her face was pale, and her heart was bleeding. The monster god palace had lost 2 saints at once. Saints were not cannon fodder or cats or dogs. Even in the mystic realm, they were top-notch fighters. The monster god palace had suffered a great loss this time. It was a double whammy. Elder He and the others are dead, and the mission was not completed. Yang Rumeng was extremely depressed. Even with her cold personality, she couldn't keep calm. She was so irritated that she wanted to scream. Yang Rumeng had only heard of Zhun Xiaoyao's horror before, but now she experienced it firsthand. He touched her long legs, but his mind was thinking about what her true form was and how to eat her. Zhun Xiaoyao was too demonic. Yang Rumeng swore that she never wanted to meet Zhun Xiaoyao again. In the future, stay far away from this person. Yang Rumeng's heart still had lingering fear as she fled. On the other side, watching Yang Rumeng's figure disappear into the distant sky, Zhun Xiaoyao didn't bother to chase after her. Killing 2 saints of the Monster God Palace was enough to make the Monster God Palace feel the pain. If the goddess of the Monster God Palace was killed, the Monster God Palace would not let it go. Zhun Xiaoyao wasn't afraid of the Monster God Palace, but there was no need to make another enemy for the Zhun family. After all, there was already the fallen God Palace before. And this time, the Monster God Palace was in the wrong for provoking the Zhun family first. The death of 2 saints was a price to pay. Although the Monster God Palace felt the pain, they would silently swallow the bitter fruit. But if he killed Yang Rumeng, then the enmity would be great. Let's deal with these survivors first. Zhun Xiaoyao shook his head slightly and glanced at the fleeing sinners. The best way to deal with these sinners was not to suppress them. Instead, it was to eliminate them completely. With the holy body of the fallen, the saints of the sinners were not even worth mentioning. The Dayan dynasty also launched an all-out counterattack to hunt down the sinners. After about half an hour, Zhun Xiaoyao suddenly felt a slight pain in his head. There seemed to be a cold and gloomy aura pouring into his mind. Vaguely, there seemed to be demonic sounds ringing in his ears. Saintly body, must die. This demonic voice was faint and indistinct. Only a few words could be heard intermittently. Zhun Xiaoyao withdrew his true spirit and cut off the connection with the holy body of fallen. Is it a curse of the holy body of fallen? Or is it something ominous? It just so happened that the saints of the sinners were almost completely wiped out. The holy physique of the fallen was covered in blood, and his long black hair was dyed dark red. His blood-red eyes stared at Zhun Xiaoyao, giving Zhun Xiaoyao a vague feeling that he was still conscious. Is it an illusion? Zhun Xiaoyao looked again and saw that the holy body of the fallen had become chaotic again. Zhun Xiaoyao withdrew the holy physique of the fallen. Saintly body must die. What kind of curse and ominous is it? Zhun Xiaoyao frowned. However, he didn't think too much about it. He shouldn't encounter such a thing for the time being. Generally speaking, even if a saintly body encountered an ominous event, it would be at a very late stage. At this stage, Zhun Xiaoyao didn't have to worry about this. As for what he would do if he encountered such a situation in the future, Zhun Xiaoyao believed that by that time, his strength would be unimaginably strong. Whatever ominous event or curse, he would be able to suppress and obliterate them all. After those saints of the sinners were dealt with, the remaining sinners were quickly dealt with. The ground was dyed red with blood, and the soil was soaked in blood. Layers upon layers of sinners' corpses covered the ground. Looking at the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood, the cultivators of the Dayan dynasty were still in fear. If Zhun Xiaoyao hadn't arrived in time, the ground would be covered with the corpses of the cultivators of the Dayan dynasty, not the sinners. Thank you, Son of God, for your help. The entire Dayan dynasty is grateful. The royal lords of Dayan bowed deeply to Zhun Xiaoyao. Not only him, but the rest of the cultivators of the Dayan dynasty either bowed or knelt down. All of them were extremely grateful. They looked at Zhun Xiaoyao with a hint of fanaticism in their eyes. Zhun Xiaoyao was invincible among the younger generation. The mysterious demonic shadow beside him was extremely powerful. It could kill saints as if they were dogs. In the lower realm, saints were the top combat power, and they were like gods. The holy body of the fallen could kill gods as if they were dogs. The impact on their minds was too great. Zhun Xiaoyao waved his hand and said, "There's no need to be so polite. You've done so much for the Zhun family. It's my duty to save you." Looking at Zhun Xiaoyao, who was being worshipped by tens of thousands of people, Zhun Ying'er's face flushed red. She was very excited, and her eyes were filled with little stars. Jun Xiaoyaro showed up when the Great Yin dynasty was in danger. He turned the tide and saved the dynasty from collapse. What was a hero? This was a hero. On the other hand, Fang Han was completely ignored. No one cared about him. Even if a few people did notice him, their eyes were filled with pity, sighs, and even a hint of contempt and disdain. After all, Fang Han's performance was too terrible. He had made a fool of himself. People were like that. No matter how many things you had done before, no matter how famous you were. As long as you failed once, the world would immediately forget about you. Fang Han was a clear example. His performance before was extremely outstanding, and he could even be considered the top fighter of the younger generation in the Dayan dynasty. Now, everything was ruined. Taking a step back, even if Fang Han did not fail. Compared to Jun Xiaoyao's brilliance, he was still as dim as the stars beside the sun. When he thought of this, the jealousy in Fang Han's heart grew stronger. Jun Xiaoyao also noticed Fang Han. His eyes were deep. Jun Xiaoyao could feel the unusual aura on Fang Han's body. Could it be the aura of the world's origin? Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. He had already obtained the origin of the Qianxian continent, the Star continent, and the Senluo continent. Therefore, he was quite familiar with the aura of the world's origin. However, Fang Han was the son of the royal lords of Dayan, and also the prince of the Dayan dynasty. It would be unreasonable to directly investigate or even deprive him of his opportunity. Jun Xiaoyao took this matter to heart. After that, the army of the Dayan dynasty began to completely eliminate the remnants of the 4 sinful clans. Jun Xiaoyao had nothing to do with it. The Dayan dynasty invited Jun Xiaoyao into the palace with the most solemn welcome. The royal lords of Dayan roughly told Jun Xiaoyao about the situation in the lower realm. The ancient demon clan and the ancient demon clan rebelled. They are really bold. However, I, the Son of God, will let them know the consequences of betraying the Jun family. Jun Xiaoyao sat high on the throne and narrowed his eyes slightly. The royal lords of Dayan and the others were below. Hearing Jun Xiaoyao's cold words, the royal lords of Dayan and the others felt a chill in their hearts. The forces that betrayed the Jun family were even more unforgivable than the sinful clans. Jun Xiaoyao was so decisive against the sinful clans. One could imagine how he treated the traitors. The royal lords of Dayan and the others began to pray for the 2 clans. Recommended reading, Load 2013. Chapter 225. Now that the war on the Hidden Dragon continent has been quelled, we will rest for 3 days. After reorganizing the army, we will go directly to the continent where the ancient God clan is located to provide support. This time, I, the Son of God, will not only destroy the 10 sinful clans, but also the ancient demon clan, and the mastermind behind them. I will eliminate them all in one fell swoop. Jun Xiaoyao's words were firm, and his murderous aura was as sharp as a sword. Yes, we will follow the orders of the Son of God. The royal lords of Dayan and the others cupped their hands. Well, go and quell the remaining evil, Jun Xiaoyao said casually. The royal lords of Dayan and the others cupped their hands and left. Fang Han glanced at Jun Xiaoyao, who was sitting on the throne. That was originally the throne of his father, the royal lords of Dayan. Now that Jun Xiaoyao was sitting on it, the royal lords of Dayan were not angry. Instead, they felt that it was natural. A strong sense of frustration filled Fang Han's heart. Even his father was respectful and courteous to Jun Xiaoyao. What was his son to him? Ying-er, let's go, Fang Han said to Jun Ying-er, who was standing beside him. Jun Ying-er shook her head. Her face was still a little red. She said, Fang Han, you go first. I still have something to discuss with the Son of God. This. Fang Han was stunned. He clenched his fists tightly. Then, with a gloomy look, he turned and left without saying a word. Jun Ying-er did not care about Fang Han's expression. At this moment, all her attention was on Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao sat on the throne. His white robe was spotless, and he was shining with divine light. His handsome face was difficult to describe. Jun Ying-er directly knelt down in front of Jun Xiaoyao. What are you doing? Jun Xiaoyaro raised his eyebrows. Ying thank you, son of God, for saving the Dayan dynasty and Ying Second, thank you, son of God, for being willing to take Ying back to the immortal realm. Jun Ying-er's beautiful eyes were full of tears. God knew how long she had waited for this day. Although she was a respected princess in the Dayan Empire, she was still a princess. But only Jun Ying-er herself knew the loneliness of being separated from her family. Now that Jun Xiaoyaro had appeared, he wanted to take her back to the celestial realm. For Jun Ying-er, Jun Xiaoyaro was of God's light. It's just a small matter. There's no need for all this. Besides, your brother and I are friends. Jun Xiaoyaro lifted his hand slightly and channeled his powers. Jun Ying-er's whole body was lifted up. Jun Xiaoyaro didn't say that Jun Wanjie had already submitted to him. Is that so? My brother is lucky to be able to meet the Son of God. Then my brother. Jun Ying-er wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes with her jade-like hand. He is very good. He has become the fifth sequence of the Jun family, Jun Xiaoyaro said. Really? That's great. Jun Ying-er's joy was overflowing. Jun Ying-er knew very well what it meant to be the fifth sequence. When she was young, her brother said that he would work hard to become stronger, reach the peak, and then take her to live a good life. Now, he had really fulfilled his promise. I still have some things to take care of in the lower realm, so I may have to wait until the things are settled before I can take you back to the immortal realm, Jun Xiaoyaro said. I am already very grateful that the Son of God can take me back to the immortal realm. It doesn't matter if I wait a little longer, Jun Ying-er hurriedly replied. She had waited for so many years. Did she care about this little bit of time? By the way, I have something to ask you. Jun Xiaoyaro seemed to have thought of something and said. Son of God, please go ahead, Jun Ying-er said. What's the situation with that prince just now? Jun Xiaoyaro asked. Son of God, are you talking about Fang Han? He is the 16th prince of the Dayan dynasty. He has been ridiculed before. Ying-er saw that he was pitiful, so I helped him. Jun Ying-er told Jun Xiaoyaro some things about Fang Han, including how he was a foolish prince at first, but later, he suddenly rose and became a genius. So that's how it is. After listening, Jun Xiaoyaro was more or less certain. This Fang Han should be the heaven-defying son of the hidden dragon continent. Although Jun Xiaoyaro didn't know what Fang Han's opportunity was, the aura of the origin of the world couldn't escape his detection. Although Fang Han didn't show it, he couldn't hide his dissatisfaction with me. Is this because I stole his limelight? Jun Xiaoyaro said to himself. How could Jun Xiaoyaro not know about Fang Han's little scheme? He could even play with the geniuses of the mystic realm, let alone a lowly heaven-defying son of the lower world. Jun Xiaoyaro also saw that Fang Han was interested in Jun Ying-er. Jun Ying-er's attitude towards him had undoubtedly made Fang Han even more jealous and resentful. Fang Han, you'd better have some self-awareness, Jun Xiaoyaro said to himself. If Fang Han dared to do anything, even if he was a prince of the Dayan dynasty, Jun Xiaoyaro wouldn't let him go. Jun Xiaoyaro even hoped that Fang Han would do something. That way, he would be able to openly snatch Fang Han's opportunity. As for now, the Dayan dynasty had made great contributions in suppressing the sinful clans. If Jun Xiaoyaro attacked Fang Han now, it wouldn't be justifiable. The chaos of the entire hidden dragon continent had also been settled. Next, Jun Xiaoyaro only needed to go to the continent where the ancient god clan was to completely solve the problem of the 10 sinful clans. And just as the entire hidden dragon continent entered the final stage of cleaning up, the other continents weren't peaceful either. Since Jun Xiaoyaro came to the lower world, he had gone to a total of 4 continents. They were the Tianxian continent, the Star continent, the Senluo continent, and the hidden dragon continent. However, other than these 4 continents, there were 6 more that Jun Xiaoyaro hadn't set foot in yet. These 6 continents were also in a turbulent situation. The Guyuan continent was one of the 10 lands in the lower world. At this moment, in a hidden canyon on the Guyuan continent, a battle between prodigies was breaking out. After a loud bang, a purple-robed youth was sent flying, spitting out blood. His eyes were filled with anger and fear as he looked at the figure opposite him. It was a young man in a black and gold robe. His hair was as black as ink, his skin was pale, and his face was handsome. He looked thin and tall, like a pale-faced scholar. He looked like he would be blown away by a gust of wind. However, after understanding the young man's strength, the purple-robed youth's eyes were filled with reluctance and despair. "I've risen all the way to this day, and I've been favored by the heavens and earth. How can I be defeated? There shouldn't be anyone in the younger generation on this continent who can defeat me," the purple-robed youth roared indignantly. He was originally an abandoned disciple of a small sect. After he accidentally obtained a ball of world origin, he rose all the way to power, and his opportunities were overwhelming. In the end, he destroyed the sect that chased him away. However, just as the purple-robed youth was feeling smug and even began to fantasize about dominating the entire continent in the future, this handsome young man with unbelievably pale skin suddenly appeared in front of him. Moreover, the young man's strength shocked the purple-robed youth. He had the world origin, but he still couldn't defeat this young man. This was simply illogical. "It seems that you are the Guyuan continent's son of Providence. I must have your world origin." The young man stretched out his hand, and a dense reincarnation power spread out. Vaguely, there seemed to be a huge illusory roulette behind him. That wheel was engraved with the 6 realms of life, as if it could pull all living beings into the cycle of reincarnation. Recommended reading, Load File 2013. Chapter 226. What kind of power is this? The purple-robed youth screamed in terror. The illusory wheel that appeared behind the black-clothed youth caused a great fear to rise in his heart. The mysterious power made the purple-robed youth lose all his will to fight. He only wanted to escape. "Nothing in this world can escape the pain of reincarnation. Become my resources." The black-robed youth's face was cold. The purple-robed youth suddenly came back to his senses and exclaimed, "I understand now. Are you someone with providence from another continent?" The purple-robed youth thought that only a son of Providence of the same level could suppress him like this. "Yes and no." The black-robed youth smiled. He seemed to admire the purple-robed youth's terrified and struggling appearance. "Hence," he explained patiently, "I'm not someone from the lower realm, but I've been hiding in the lower realm for countless eras. My goal is to steal the lower realm's providence and world origin when the 10 realms are in chaos. And you are my second prey." As the black-robed youth spoke, a world origin power also emanated from his body. That was the world origin he had snatched from the protagonist of another continent. Although these sons of Providence of the lower realm were strong, their foundations were still too weak compared to the ancient freaks who had been buried for countless eras. Ancient freaks could not even defeat the geniuses of the same generation in the immortal region, let alone these protagonists of Providence from the lower realm. Hearing the black-robed youth's words, the purple-robed youth's heart turned cold. The black-robed youth in front of him was simply a hunter of sons of Providence. "Die. This world's origin power and the world's providence will all belong to me." The black-robed youth activated the reincarnation and world origin power. The purple-robed youth could not withstand it at all. His physical body was crushed inch by the wheel phantom and shattered into a bloody pulp. At the last moment of his life, the purple-robed youth heard the black-robed youth's final words. "Remember, the one who sent you into reincarnation is the river of forgetfulness. Poochie." With that, the purple-robed youth's physical body collapsed. A multicolored world origin appeared. The handsome black-robed youth called River of Forgetfulness reached out and the world origin power fell into his hand. The second one, River of Forgetfulness, murmured. Sensing the great changes in the lower realm's 10 lands, the River of Forgetfulness awakened from the sealed immortal origin. His first goal was to plunder the world's origin and providence. In this lower realm, there is a place called the crack between the 10 realms. There are many great opportunities there. Wang Chuan's eyes flashed. At this time, Wang Chuan seemed to have sensed something and said faintly, "Since you're here, why not show yourself?" The surroundings were still quiet. A moment later, a voice that sounded like a silver bell suddenly rang out. As expected of an ancient freak of the devil sect of Samsara. His senses are indeed sharp. Following this voice, A petite girl wearing a short black skirt, linglong, appeared. Her hair was tied up in 2 buns. Her thin eyebrows were clean, her big eyes were watery, her nose was high, and her lips were bright red. She was not tall, but she could compete with Jiang Luoli to see who was shorter. Her chest was even more ordinary, and her presence was extremely low. Only the pair of snow-white and slender legs under the short skirt were beautiful and eye-catching. On her fair ankles were a string of golden bells that were strung together with a red string. When she walked, it would make a crisp sound. The girl was like a jade porcelain doll, pure and cute. However, amidst this innocence and cuteness, there was also a faint charm to it. This strange combination of purity and charm made this girl's temperament quite special. "You are." Wang Chuan frowned slightly. He could feel that this girl in front of him seemed harmless to man and beast. But the energy contained in her petite body was absolutely terrifying. This girl was not from the lower realms, and most importantly, she recognized that River of Forgetfulness was an ancient freak that the devil sect of Samsara had buried in the lower realms. "I am the current saintess of the devil sect, Xiao Moxian," the young girl called Xiao Moxian proudly said as she stuck out her chest that didn't have any curves. "Devil sect?" Wang Chuan revealed a trace of surprise. He didn't know who Xiao Moxian was. Because he was an ancient freak that had been buried in the lower realms for countless years, it was impossible for him to know the current generation of Heaven's Prides. But River of Forgetfulness knew of the devil sect. This was an incomparably terrifying orthodoxy of the immortal realm that had been passed down for countless epochs. It was rumored that it was the orthodoxy of a demonic immortal. This was definitely an immortal sect with a formidable background. And most importantly, the devil sect and another immortal sect, the human sect, had always been in a state of opposition. "You are the current saintess of the devil sect. What business do you have with me? Could it be that you want to steal my world's source?" River of Forgetfulness indifferently said. He was an ancient freak. Even in the younger generation of the immortal realm, he was an absolute peak existence. Facing the saintess of the devil sect, he was not afraid at all. Of course not. The human sect's big sister Qing Yi wants to recruit partners. I, Xiao Moxian, naturally can't fight alone. Xiao Moxian giggled. River of Forgetfulness's eyes narrowed. He was naturally aware of the opposition between the human sect and the devil sect. The Qing Yi that Xiao Moxian spoke of was likely the human sect's saintess. However, River of Forgetfulness had no intention of intervening in the battle between the two immortal sects. Just as he was about to refuse, Xiao Moxian's lips curved up in a charming smile. "You probably don't know how long you have been sealed away. The devil sect of Samsara has long since disappeared into the dust of history." "What?" River of Forgetfulness was finally unable to remain calm. The devil sect of Samsara had long since disappeared into the long river of history? "Are you lying to me?" River of Forgetfulness's surroundings surged with the will of Samsara. "I'm not lying to you. According to some historical records of my sect, the devil sect of Samsara once fought with the life-forbidden zone's undying mountain in a vain attempt to find the secret of immortality and then fuse with the secret of Samsara. In the end, they never returned," Xiao Moxian said. After that, she also told River of Forgetfulness some information about the devil sect of Samsara. After River of Forgetfulness heard this, he fell silent. In fact, there was no lack of ancient freaks in the past. When these ancient freaks broke out of their seals, they discovered that the influence they belonged to had long since disappeared. Looking around, they didn't recognize anyone in the world. Perhaps this was the price that ancient freaks had to pay to be sealed away. "So you're looking for me not only to cooperate but also to recruit me?" River of Forgetfulness saw through this matter. If it was only a cooperation, then Xiao Moxian wouldn't have been so patient to explain. Xiao Moxian giggled. "Of course. You are the Saint Samsara body. My celestial demon cult welcomes such a talent." River of Forgetfulness didn't immediately respond. Since the devil sect of Samsara had long since disappeared, River of Forgetfulness naturally had to find another place to settle down. If a single person didn't have a great influence supporting them, it would be difficult for them to grow. The celestial demon cult was indeed strong, But River of Forgetfulness had the Saint Samsara body and was once the strongest saint son of the devil sect of Samsara. He naturally had pride in his heart. If one wanted him to join a great influence, they would have to defeat him first and convince him of their strength. Xiao Moxian was strong. She was even able to exchange pointers with an ancient freak like River of Forgetfulness. But to say that he wanted to defeat him, that would be a fantasy. Moreover, River of Forgetfulness also knew that although Xiao Moxian looked pure and innocent, she was also extremely cunning. He knew the reason the celestial demon cult wanted to recruit him. Besides his talent and strength, there was another reason. There was also another reason. It was the hidden treasure trove of the devil sect of Samsara. As well as the Emperor armament, the 6 Paths of Samsara disc. Recommended reading, Load File 2013. Chapter 227. Every major force had their own treasure trove. The demon sect of Samsara naturally had one. Moreover, the demon sect of Samsara's imperial weapon, the 6 Paths of Samsara disc, was placed in the treasure trove. Now that the demon sect of Samsara had been destroyed, the treasure trove was naturally missing. And Wang Chuan was the person most likely to find the treasure trove. Because he was the last descendant of the demon sect of Samsara. Wang Chuan was well aware of the demon sect's intentions. He didn't expose them. He nodded slightly and said, "We can talk about those things later. But in the lower realms, we can cooperate. All right, it's a deal. With you here, we should be able to contend with that guy." Xiao Moxian muttered. "What do you mean?" Wang Chuan raised his eyebrows. Xiao Moxian's words meant that there was someone in the younger generation who could contend with an ancient freak like him? What a joke. The reason why ancient freaks were called ancient freaks was because they had unparalleled potential. After being sealed for thousands of years, they could sweep away the current generation of heaven's prides. Hey, little brother Wang Chuan, the times have changed. This is no longer your era. In this era, a monster has appeared. A very, very strong monster, Xiao Moxian said as she crossed her arms, a look of fear on her face. Who is it? Wang Chuan was interested. He was once the saint son of the demon sect of Samsara. He also had the saint physique of Samsara. He was an ancient freak. Who could contend with him? The Jun family, Jun Xiaoyao. A very handsome monster. Although I haven't seen him with my own eyes, I've heard his name so many times that my ears have grown calluses. Xiao Moxian pouted. The Jun family. Wang Chuan's eyes trembled. When he heard the demon sect of Samsara, his expression was still calm. But when he heard the Jun family, his expression changed. This was definitely a terrifying family of the remote antiquity. In their era, the Jun family was at the top of the immortal forces. At that time, a heaven's pride of the demon sect of Samsara clashed with a heaven's pride of the Jun family and was killed in the end. The demon sect of Samsara didn't dare to go to the Jun family to seek justice. Instead, they chose to lay low. From this, one could see the prestige and influence of the Jun family in the immortal realm. It had been passed down for tens of thousands of generations and had never declined. I didn't expect it to be the Jun family. It seems that every generation, there will be some Evilders. However, this generation's Evilder has piqued my curiosity. Wang Chuan murmured. Don't worry, you will meet him sooner or later. This is because Jun Xiaoyao has also come to the lower realms. Xiao Moxian said. Is that so? Then I would like to see just how powerful this monster is. 2 vortexes of reincarnation seemed to appear in Forget Chuan's eyes, layer upon layer. His sacred reincarnation constitution was ranked in the top 50 among the 3,000 constitutions. He believed that even the genius of the Jun family would not be able to compete with him. Not to mention, he also had the 6 Paths of Reincarnation disc replica, the lesser 6 Paths of Reincarnation disc. With the divine body and the divine weapon in hand, why would the River of Forgetfulness need to fear anyone? Seeing the fighting spirit in River of Forgetfulness's eyes, Xiao Moxian nodded with satisfaction. One of the reasons why she tried to rope in Forget Chuan was to restrict Jun Xiaoyao. Otherwise, when the crack of the 10 realms opened, wouldn't all the opportunities in the lower realms be taken away by Jun Xiaoyao? However, I've heard that Jun Xiaoyaro was born handsome and elegant. Furthermore, his sacred body of the ancients is also very strong in that aspect. Xiao Moxian licked her little tongue, a hint of seduction appearing on her innocent and adorable face. This pure and charming lowly of the celestial demon cult seemed to have a special interest in Jun Xiaoyao, just as the ancient freak river of forgetfulness was forming an alliance with Xiao Moxian. In another place called the Southern Blue Continent, a young girl was running in a small forest, as if she was avoiding some scourge. Finally, the young girl came to a cliff. There was no path ahead of her. In the sky behind her, a young man with a jade-like face and a reddish-gold robe was leisurely walking over with his hands behind his back. Around the young man, wisps of chaotic energy floated up and down, as if they could crush the void for thousands of miles. The space around him was faintly distorted because of the chaotic energy, as if it was about to shatter. This young man was majestic and had the appearance of a king. He was awe-inspiring. You are the one from the chaotic continent. The young girl trembled with fear in her eyes. In the 10 realms of the lower realms, which continent was the strongest and most prosperous? It was none other than the chaotic continent. There was even a rumor that the chaotic continent was a small part of the celestial realm that fell into the lower realms when the celestial realm fought with the foreign realm and became the chaotic continent. Of course, this legend was too old, and no one knew if it was true or not. However, it could be seen that the chaotic continent had a special status in the 10 realms of the lower realms. It was definitely the core existence. The young man in front of her was the heaven-defying child of the chaotic continent. It could even be said that he was the strongest of the 10 heaven-defying children. As for Forget Chuan, he was not the heaven-defying child, but an ancient freak buried in the lower realms. He had just robbed the heaven-defying child of his fate and origin. Spare my life. I can be a slave or a servant. You can make me do anything. The young girl knelt on the ground and kowtowed, begging. A slave or a servant, are you worthy? The young man's eyes were cold. He did not say anything else and slapped down. Chaotic chi accompanied it and spread in all directions. Without any suspense, the young girl who carried the Southern Blue Continent's origin was slapped to death by the young man. Then, the Southern Blue Continent's origin appeared. The young man reached out and grabbed it. The third one. The young man's lips curled into a faint smile. Including himself and the origin of the chaotic continent. The young man had already obtained 3 balls of the world's origin. In his opinion, he should be the person who obtained the most of the world's origin. In the young man's heart, he had another ambition. He wanted to gather the origin of the 10 realms and gather the fate of the 10 heaven-defying children. He wanted to create an ultimate heaven-defying king. When that time came, how strong would he be? It was simply unimaginable. Just then, a cold and distant voice suddenly rang out, Li Daoxian, you could have spared the young girl's life and only taken the origin. Hearing this voice that was as refreshing as spring water, the young man called Li Daoxian's eyes flashed with passion and love. However, he concealed it very well. Not far away, a beautiful figure in a blurry green robe and flowing with heavenly light was sitting cross-legged on a green lotus. She crossed the sky. Her figure was graceful and her face was covered with a veil. Her heavenly light was hazy and only a pair of crystal-like eyes could be seen, as if they were reflecting the clear lake water. Her aura was like a green lotus that had just bloomed and was untainted by dust. Although the woman's face was covered by a thin veil, the vaguely revealed outline of her absolute beauty made people have the urge to take a peek at her beautiful face. This woman was Ji Qingyi. Recommended reading. Load file 2013. Chapter 228. Ji Qingyi sat cross-legged on the green lotus. She looked otherworldly and otherworldly. There were countless beautiful women in the world. However, it was rare to see a woman with a special aura. Even Jun Xiaoyaro had been impressed by Ji Qingyi's cold and fairy-like aura. This woman was not from the mortal world and was rarely heard of in the human world. In the celestial realm, there were countless young elites who were impressed by Ji Qingyi. Not to mention in the lower world. Li Daoxian's eyes were burning with passion, but he did not comment on her words. Even a wildfire can't burn it out. I don't think I did anything wrong. Of course, if Fairy Qingyi thinks it's inappropriate, I can change it. Li Daoxian smiled elegantly. He felt that he could be considered a handsome man, and he was also someone who carried great fortune. He was the strongest among the 10 heaven-defying children. Logically speaking, he should be very charming. However, ever since Ji Qingyi had found him, she had always maintained a certain distance from him. As for their relationship, it was a normal cooperative relationship. There were no feelings involved. Li Daoxian was confused. Was he not good enough to catch Ji Qingyi's eye? Hearing Li Daoxuan's words, Ji Qingyi shook her head. She had come to the lower world to look for fortuitous opportunities. On the other hand, she was responsible for recruiting talents for the Ren Immortal sect. The elder of the Ren Immortal sect had told her that the 10 heaven-defying children with great luck would be born in the lower world. If they did not die in the future, they would be able to become supreme beings. That was why Ji Qingyi was sent to find them. Ji Qingyi quickly found Li Daoxian. His aptitude, luck, and strength were undoubtedly at the top even among the 10 heaven-defying children. However, Ji Qingyi did not like his personality. Li Daoxian even seemed to have other thoughts about her. However, in the lower world, she still needed Li Daoxuan's luck. Because the crack of the 10 worlds was the greatest fortuitous opportunity in the lower world. However, not everyone could enter it. With Li Daoxuan's luck, he should be able to enter it. Therefore, Ji Qingyi was just using Li Daoxian now. Li Daoxian naturally understood, but he was also using Ji Qingyi. Fairy Qingyi, you said that you would help me find the source of the other worlds and become a heaven-defying king. Li Daoxian said. I will naturally help you. After all, at that time, I will still have to deal with that person from the demonic celestial cult with you. Ji Qingyi's eyes were deep as she spoke. Her competitor, the celestial demon cult's Xiao Moxian, was also in the lower realms. Ji Qingyi also understood that it was impossible for Xiao Moxian to fight alone. She would also look for allies to form an alliance. Now, it was time to see whose ally was more powerful. It was the ancient freak Wang Chuan. And it was the most heaven-defying son, Li Daoxian. Haha, Fairy Qingyi, don't worry. I will naturally do my best to help you deal with that person from the demonic celestial cult. Li Daoxian laughed. He was still very confident in his own strength. Don't be overconfident. Be careful of failing miserably. After all, the outside world is saying that you have the chaotic body. However, you should know what it is, Ji Qingyi warned. Li Daoxuan's smile faded slightly. Indeed. The outside world was saying that a chaotic body had appeared in the chaotic continent, and it was him, Li Daoxian. A terrifying physique like the chaotic body was ranked in the top 10 among the 3,000 physiques. It was enough to compete with supreme physiques like the sacred body of the ancients. However, the chaotic body was rarely seen in the entire celestial realm. How could it appear in the lower realms? Love me. This was also the most incomprehensible thing to everyone. However, only Li Daoxian knew. He didn't have the chaotic body at all. He had only obtained the chaotic origin of the chaotic continent. After fusing with the chaotic origin, he could control the power of chaos and was tainted with the aura of chaos. It was indeed very similar to the legendary chaotic body. However, there was an essential difference between the two. Ji Qingyi's words were very straightforward. She was doing it for Li Daoxuan's sake. She didn't want the genius that she had recruited with great difficulty to die because of his arrogance. However, Li Daoxian was a little unhappy. If he gathered the world origin into his body, he would become a heaven-defying king. Even if he faced a true chaotic body, he wouldn't be afraid. I understand. Thank you for your warning, Fairy Qingyi, Li Daoxian said lightly. At the same time, he swore in his heart. One day, he would definitely conquer this cold and arrogant fairy. Oh right, other than the demonic celestial cult, there is another person that you must pay special attention to. If you meet him, don't think too much. Hide if you can, Ji Qingyi said. Hide if I can. This time, Li Daoxian was really a little frustrated. How much did Ji Qingyi look down on him? She actually told him to hide if he could. After all, He was the strongest heaven-defying son. Did he not care about his face? I wonder who Fairy Qingyi is talking about. Li Daoxian suppressed his frustration and said coldly. Jun Xiaoyaro from the Jun family, Ji Qingyi said. Until now, she still couldn't forget that time at the Heaven Dao Tower. The extraordinary figure that Jun Xiaoyaro manifested with his back facing everyone seemed to be able to suppress the heavens and the universe. This was definitely an extremely dangerous person. Anyone who made him their enemy would die without a doubt. Ji Qingyi's words and tone made Li Daoxian a little unhappy. He was even a little jealous. Why did it feel like Ji Qingyi's words were more of admiration and lament? Since Jun Xiaoyaro is so strong, why didn't Fairy Qingyi find him for an alliance instead of me? Li Daoxuan's tone was a little jealous. Ji Qingyi shook her head and said, he doesn't need to form an alliance with anyone. He alone can defeat everyone in the lower worlds. This was serious. What she meant was that Jun Xiaoyaro alone could defeat any prodigy in the lower worlds, including those from the immortal realm. Oh, is he really that powerful? Li Daoxuan's eyes were filled with doubt and disapproval. Could it be that Ji Qingyi was trying to suppress him and temper his Dao heart? You'll know if you meet him. All right, let's not waste time. Ji Qingyi's beautiful figure flew into the sky as soon as she finished speaking. Looking at Ji Qingyi's departing figure, Li Daoxuan's eyes shone. Qingyi, I will definitely conquer you. There's also that Jun Xiaoyaro. If he shows up, I'll defeat him right in front of you. I, Li Daoxian, am the man worthy of your attention. As Li Daoxian thought of this, the chaotic aura around him surged, causing the surrounding void to crack and become filled with crack. Just as the other continents were in turmoil, the Dragon Kingdom, the Dayan dynasty, was also ready to set off. Under Jun Xiaoyao's lead, a large group of people passed through the Transrealm Transportation Formation and headed towards the continent where the ancient god clan was. This time, Jun Xiaoyaro was determined to completely quell the storm of the 10 sinners. Chapter 229. The continent where the ancient god clan resided was called the Myriad Continent. The 10 continents in the 10 lands of the lower worlds had different levels of prosperity. The Myriad Continent was the second most prosperous continent after the Chaos Continent. Therefore, the various factions and races on this continent were extremely diverse and complex. Of course, the heaven-defying geniuses born on this continent were also the strongest existences apart from Li Daoxian. Jun Xiaoyaro set foot on the Myriad Continent with a group of people and began to gather information. To his surprise, he didn't just find out about the ancient god clan. Jun Xiaoyaro also found another piece of information. It came from the Jiang family. The Jiang family's spirit king Physique, Jiang Shuling? Jun Xiaoyaro raised an eyebrow. The Dayan dynasty intelligence officer in front of him had told him some information. Among them was this genius from the Jiang family. However, Jiang Shuling's reputation on the Myriad Continent wasn't very good. Many natives of the continent called him the executioner. Wherever he went, not even a blade of grass would grow. All resources would be plundered by him. Jiang Shuling had even destroyed many factions on the Myriad Continent. Even the Qin dynasty, once the #1 dynasty on the continent, had been destroyed by him. The reason for their destruction was that a prince of the Qin dynasty possessed a carnate spirit bone that was quite compatible with Jiang Shuling's spirit king Physique. Therefore, for the sake of this carnate spirit bone, he directly ordered the Dao Protector to take action and destroy the entire dynasty. This was definitely the work of a demon king. However, many of the geniuses of the lower worlds had done the same. It could only be said that only the strong survived. There was no logic to it. A dynasty destroyed and a spirit bone dug out. Why does this feel so familiar? Jun Xiaoyaro thought to himself. The Qin dynasty prince who'd had his bone dug out might be the heaven-defying genius of the Myriad Continent. Jun Xiaoyaro felt that he had to find Jiang Shuling. According to the plot, Jiang Shuling should have been slapped in the face by the Qin dynasty prince. After all, Jun Xiaoyao's mother, Jiang Ru, had once been the goddess of the Jiang family. Half of the Jiang family's blood flowed through his veins. If Jun Xiaoyaro went to the Jiang family, he would be treated like a young master. He would definitely be a core member of the family. Jun Xiaoyaro had a premonition that his clansmen were at risk of being slapped in the face. Naturally, he could not turn a blind eye to this. More importantly, Jun Xiaoyaro still needed to harvest the heaven-defying children and obtain the world's origin. Therefore, if the prince of the Qin dynasty really was the heaven-defying son of the myriad continent, all the more reason for him to go. After finding out where Jiang Shuling appeared, Jun Xiaoyaro decided to take his group to find Jiang Shuling. The rest of the people from the Dayan dynasty went to the ancient god clan to support them. The Kanglan sect was one of the more powerful sects on the myriad continent. However, at this moment, the Kanglan sect's base was filled with raging flames and smoke. Countless cultivators of the Kanglan sect were screaming in agony. At this moment, in the sky, a young man whose entire body was filled with spiritual energy stood with his hands behind his back. There was a disdainful smile on his face. He looked at the grief-stricken cultivators of the Kanglan sect as if they were ants. He was none other than the Jiang family's spirit king Physique, Jiang Shuling. This is the 6th faction I've destroyed, but their resources are truly plentiful. It seems that the lower worlds are not as barren as I thought. Jiang Shuling chuckled softly. He was in a good mood. Although he possessed the spirit king physique, he was not one of the top geniuses in the Jiang family. He was even inferior to his cousin, Jiang Luoli, who possessed the Yuan spirit Dao physique. Therefore, Jiang Shuling had not been able to obtain particularly abundant resources from the Jiang family. Therefore, Jiang Shuling had gone into a frenzy of plundering in the lower worlds. His gains were indeed gratifying. Not only had he obtained all kinds of resources, but most importantly, he'd obtained an innate spirit bone. The innate spirit bone paired with his spirit king physique was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. It was a qualitative leap. That guy should be dead by now, right? Jiang Shuling sneered when he thought of the Qin dynasty prince whose bones he'd dug out. He was just an ant from the lower worlds, but he still wanted to overturn the heavens. The reason why Jiang Shuling didn't kill him at that time was that he wanted him to struggle in pain and die with hatred in the end. But why hasn't cousin Luoli descended yet? Does the family not plan to let her descend? Jiang Shuling murmured in his heart. He was still hoping to rely on Jiang Luoli to build a relationship with Jun Xiaoyaro and get acquainted with him. In this way, wouldn't his plan fall through? Young master, we're almost done with this sect. 2 elders appeared beside him. They were both sages. Thank you for your trouble. Jiang Shuling nodded slightly. The reason why he could be so arrogant and easily exterminate an entire sect was because of the 2 elders. Haha, they're just some ants from the lower worlds. Don't worry about them. One of the elders chuckled. At this moment, an extremely cold voice rang out from the void. What an ant from the lower world. In the eyes of people from the immortal realms like you, we from the lower world are fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. Hearing this voice, Jiang Shuling's eyes flashed. Why did he feel like he had heard this voice before? In the distant sky, a young man in a brocade robe walked over. Seeing this familiar face, Jiang Shuling was stunned at first, then a playful look appeared on his face. This young man in a brocade robe was the prince of the Qin dynasty, Qin Hao, whose bones he had dug out. I was wondering who it was. So it's you, the useless prince. I was kind enough to spare your life that day, but I didn't expect you to really survive. Seeing Qin Hao's arrival, Jiang Shuling's face was very calm and even looked like a cat playing with a mouse. That's right, Qin Hao was just an ant in his eyes. Even if he was lucky enough to survive, so what? Could he still pose a threat to him? And don't forget, not only was Jiang Shuling himself very powerful, but he also had 2 sages as protectors. How could Qin Hao pose a threat to him? Those who humiliate others will be humiliated, and those who kill others will be killed. You're so perverse and easily exterminated sects and clans. Aren't you afraid of retribution? Qin Hao said righteously. He was simply the light of righteousness, illuminating the earth. Hearing this, Jiang Shuling was stunned at first, then suddenly looked up and laughed. Ridiculous. Too ridiculous. In Jiang Shuling's eyes, Qin Hao's words were as childish as a child's. The weak were prey to the strong in this world. How could there be so much logic to speak of? And if the Emperor Road opened in the future, there would be all kinds of crueler things. Therefore, such righteous words were very ridiculous in the eyes of a genius like Jiang Shuling. What are you laughing at? If you have the guts, fight me again. Qin Hao's eyes surged with cold flames. Oh, a little ant like you has the guts to challenge me? Fine, let me teach you a lesson. Jiang Shuling smiled. His interest was piqued. He wanted to know what kind of storm this ant could stir up. At this moment, Qin Hao's body suddenly shook, and the world origin power surged. Jiang Shuling's expression changed instantly. Recommended reading, Load File 2013. Chapter 230. The world origin power in Qin Hao's body was so powerful that it shook the world. Blessed by the world origin, he seemed to be able to gather all the power of the myriad continent into himself. The aura made Jiang Shuling frown deeply. He sensed that things weren't as simple as they seemed. When did this kid become so powerful? Jiang Shuling wondered in his heart. He could clearly feel that Qin Hao was different from before. It was as if he'd become a different person. Are you surprised? Are you shocked? Let me tell you, no one is born high and mighty. Even an earthworm can ascend to the heavens and become a dragon. Qin Hao attacked. Purple lightning flashed in his hand with surging power. This was the Thunder Sky Sparrow's ability. Lightning interwove as soon as it was used, turning into a lightning sparrow that charged at Jiang Shuling. With Qin Hao's great fortune as the son of the heavens, all kinds of opportunities and abilities came easily to him. Jiang Shuling snorted. Although Qin Hao's state was a bit strange, he was still no match for him. Not only did he have the spiritual king body, but his strength had also skyrocketed after obtaining Qin Hao's innate spiritual bone. Therefore, Jiang Shuling was confident that he could suppress Qin Hao. Jiang Shuling also counterattacked. A spiritual qi palm struck out, compressing the air to the extreme with an ear-piercing sonic boom. The two immediately became entangled in a fight. The two Dao protectors watched from the side. Jiang Shuling didn't say anything, so they wouldn't interfere. The necessary tempering still had to be done. Jiang Shuling's entire body surged with spiritual qi. His every move was imbued with dense spiritual qi and extremely powerful. This was the advantage of the spiritual king body. What surprised Jiang Shuling was that Qin Hao's cultivation wasn't much weaker than his. Moreover, when he unleashed the world's origin energy, even he felt that it was a little tricky. It seems that I have to get serious. Jiang Shuling narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't want to fail miserably and become one of the geniuses of the immortal region defeated by geniuses of the lower worlds. Myriad Dao spiritual stove. Jiang Shuling's spiritual power and spiritual qi surged, condensing into a furnace in the air. The opening of the furnace seemed to be able to refine all things. This was one of the Jiang family's great combat arts. Its power was terrifying. When Qin Hao saw this, he slapped out with his palm. It was accompanied by a five-colored energy tide that swept out and spread out. Behind him, a cluster of colorful and strange substances vaguely appeared. It really is the world origin. Jiang Shuling's eyes burned with passion. If one were to ask what was the most precious and tempting opportunity in the lower realm, it would be the most precious. Nothing could surpass the world's origin. Being able to obtain even one ball was already a great opportunity. Haha, Qin Hao, you're simply my gift giver. I want this world source. Jiang Shuling laughed loudly, and the myriad spiritual stove of myriad Dao collided with Qin Hao's world's origin giant handprint, causing a shockwave. Jiang Shuling landed in front of Qin Hao with a mysterious movement technique and sneered. Qin Hao, have a taste of your own innate divine ability. Jiang Shuling's chest flashed with light. It was the innate spirit bone glowing. Although the innate spiritual bone was far from being comparable to the supreme bone, it was still a rather good special physique. A blazing beam of spiritual power shot out of the innate spirit bone. However, who would have thought that an icy cold smile would suddenly surface on Qin Hao's face? You want to use my bone to deal with me? You're really courting death. Qin Hao roared. His chest actually burst forth with light once again, and it was extremely dazzling. What, you? Jiang Shuling was really surprised and let out a cry of surprise. He had never heard that the innate spirit bone could be reborn again after being dug out. I, Qin Hao, am favored by the world. I rose against the trend just to deal with an inhumane person like you. The light from Qin Hao's chest directly swallowed the light beam of Jiang Shuling's innate spirit bone. Then, without slowing down, it charged toward Jiang Shuling. Jiang Shuling hurriedly dodged, but his shoulder was still grazed, bringing out a spray of blood. Damn it! Jiang Shuling's face darkened. Qin Hao's luck was too heaven-defying. How dare you hurt young master? You're courting death. The two protectors' faces also darkened, and they couldn't help but attack. At this moment, Qin Hao said coldly, "Don't you dare to attack me." Hearing this, the two protectors were a bit dumbfounded. Where did this ant from the lower world get the courage to speak to them in such a tone? They were saints. Seeing this, Qin Hao clapped his hands. In the distance, saint realm fluctuations suddenly erupted. Several saints appeared at the same time. Among these saints, there were saints from the ancient demon clan and the ancient monster clan. There was also a saint with pitch-black wings on his back and burning with black flames. This made Jiang Shuling and the two protectors' expressions change. What shocked them even more was yet to come. In the void, a spatial cage appeared. In it was the petite figure of Linglong. She had bright eyes and white teeth, and her black hair was tied into two ponytails. Her eyelashes were long, her eyes were bright, her nose was straight, and her lips were like cherry blossoms. At this moment, her watery eyes were full of grievance, and her little face was full of depression and unhappiness. She pursed her lips. Who else could it be but Jiang Luoli? Cousin. Jiang Shuling was a bit stunned. He thought that the family didn't let Jiang Luoli go to the lower world. But now, what was going on? Boo-hoo. Cousin, save me. Jiang Luoli felt very wronged. Indeed, the Jiang family didn't plan to let Jiang Luoli go to the lower world. After all, Jiang Luoli was the apple of the Jiang family's eye and was doted on by the elders. How could they bear to let Jiang Luoli go to the lower world to suffer, not to mention the risks? With Jiang Luoli's primordial spirit Tao body, as long as she stayed in the family to cultivate, she would naturally grow up. There was no need to take risks and suffer. However, after learning that Jun Xiaoyaro had gone to the lower world, Jiang Luoli made up her mind to go there. Therefore, Jiang Luoli didn't tell anyone, nor did she have any protectors by her side. She secretly ran out and used a special method to go to the lower world. However, after going to the lower world, she was caught when she wanted to find Jun Xiaoyaro. However, these people seemed to know that she was related to Jiang Shuling, so they didn't kill her. They just imprisoned her and used her as a bargaining chip. Miss. The two protectors of the Jiang family saw this scene and their expressions changed drastically. Jiang Luoli's identity and status were much more important than Jiang Shuling's. How dare you imprison my cousin? Do you want to die? Jiang Shuling shouted coldly. Although he was cold and cruel, he was only like this to people in the lower world. Jiang Luoli's status was higher than his, and she was his cousin. Jiang Shuling didn't dare to be careless. Boo-hoo, you big bad guys, how dare you imprison me? If Brother Xiaoyaro knows, he will definitely beat you up. Jiang Luoli felt wronged. The twin ponytails behind her small head drooped down, making her look like a lop-eared rabbit. She finally went to the lower world and wanted to see Brother Xiaoyaro, who she missed day and night. In the end, he was caught like a rabbit in a cage. Jiang Luoli felt wronged, and tears welled up in her eyes. I feel bitter, but I won't say it. Recommended reading, Load File 2013. Chapter 231. Seeing Jiang Luoli on the verge of tears, Jiang Shuling's eyes burned with anger. Jiang Luoli was the apple of the Jiang family's eye, the little princess who was loved by everyone. She was also lively and cute, and many elders of the Jiang family loved her. If anything happened to Jiang Luoli because of him, the elders of the Jiang family would skin him alive. You ant. Jiang Shuling's face was extremely gloomy. Hearing Jiang Shuling call him an ant, Qin Hao's face was full of coldness. He attacked again and completely unleashed his strength. As for Jiang Shuling, because of Jiang Luoli, he didn't dare to fight with all his strength. Therefore, he was suppressed by Qin Hao for a while. The two protectors were also restrained by the saints of the ancient demon clan and the ancient demon clan. As followers of the Jun family, do you really want to go against the Jiang family? A protector of the Jiang family said coldly. Everyone in the mystic region knew that the Jun family and the Jiang family were in the same boat. The followers of the Jun family naturally knew. But they still wanted to go against the Jiang family. Humph, we're no longer followers of the Jun family. The ancient demon clan will never be slaves. And the ancient demon clan will never be slaves. The saints of the ancient demon clan and the ancient demon clan said coldly. Their words were full of confidence. Seeing this, the two protectors of the Jiang family understood in their hearts. The ancient demon clan and the ancient demon clan must have someone supporting them. That was why they were so fearless and even dared to betray the Jun family. They looked again at the saint with black wings on his back and black flames around him. The Netherworld Sparrow clan. The two saints' eyes flashed. This clan was also one of the 10 sinful clans suppressed by the Jun family. They didn't expect them to break out of the seal. Now, the situation was a bit tricky. Jiang Luoli was in their hands, and there were 3 saints present. Even if they attacked, they wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. On the other side, Jiang Shuling didn't use his full strength because of his scruples, so he was suppressed and had some injuries on his body. Yuant, don't you claim to be the embodiment of justice? Why would you use such despicable means? Jiang Shuling mocked coldly. To deal with extraordinary people, extraordinary methods must be used. For someone like you who has committed so much sin, it is normal to use any method, Qin Hao said in a dignified manner. He used another powerful technique. The origin power of the world surged and turned into a heaven-suppressing seal that suppressed Jiang Shuling. Jiang Shuling also retaliated. Right at this moment, Qin Hao's footsteps suddenly flashed, and he landed in front of Jiang Shuling with extreme speed before striking out with his palm. You think you can deal with me with this kind of child's play? Jiang Shuling sneered and blocked the attack. Suddenly, a black flame flashed by Qin Hao's side. Soon after, a beautiful young girl with black wings on her back suddenly appeared and attacked together with Qin Hao. What? Jiang Shuling's mind went blank for a moment. In the next moment, there was a loud boom. Jiang Shuling spat out blood and flew backward. His chest was charred black and badly mutilated. Lord! The two protectors' expressions changed. They were about to attack, but they were restrained by the saints of the ancient demon clan and the ancient monster clan. You! Jiang Shuling stabilized himself and spat out another mouthful of blood. He stared at the black-winged girl with a deadly expression. You took Qin Hao's bone. Today, you will pay for it, the black-winged girl said coldly. You are the 9 secret underworld Sparrow clan. Jiang Shuling's expression was terrible. He didn't expect Qin Hao to have such a trump card. Qin Hao sneered and said, I have to thank you. If it weren't for you digging out my bone, I might not have met 9 underworld. As he spoke, he looked at 9 underworld with a gentle gaze. When Qin Hao's bone was dug out by Jiang Shuling and he was on the verge of death. It was 9 underworld's appearance that saved him. Then she accompanied him all the way to his rise. Qin Hao also went to the ancient demon clan and the ancient monster clan for 9 underworld Sparrow clan to find a way to break the seal. There was already a deep relationship between the two of them. Damn it, if I knew this would happen, I would have killed you. Jiang Shuling was somewhat regretful, his expression dark. However, he didn't know. In the usual plot, he was just Qin Hao's stepping stone. Qin Hao would use him as a stepping stone to rise up, and then completely rise up. 9 underworlds, let's attack and kill him. Qin Hao's eyes were cold as he spoke. Generally speaking, cutting the grass without removing the roots and talking a lot of nonsense were the characteristics of villains. As the protagonist, Qin Hao wouldn't make such mistakes. Therefore, he had to kill Jiang Shuling. You really dare to kill me? Jiang Shuling's eyes surged with murderous intent. Even if I don't kill you, you will kill me. In that case, why don't I kill you first? After Qin Hao finished speaking, he didn't say anything else and attacked Jiang Shuling with 9 underworld. His two protectors were completely locked down by the saints of the ancient demon clan and the ancient monster clan and couldn't help at all. Damn it. Seeing Qin Hao and 9 Underworld coming at him, Jiang Shuling's expression was very ugly. He probably didn't know that as a villain, he was born to be trampled on by Qin Hao. Am I really going to die in the hands of ants from the lower world today? Jiang Shuling suddenly thought. Cousin. Jiang Luoli, who was imprisoned by the spatial cage, also paled. Although Jiang Shuling was only her distant cousin and they didn't have a deep family relationship. However, Jiang Shuling was still family. Jiang Luoli naturally didn't want to see her family die. Just at this critical moment, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. All of a sudden, a terrifying arrow pierced through the void and came from afar. Qin Hao, watch out. 9 Underworld's expression changed, and he hurriedly turned around to block. Meanwhile, another beautiful figure flashed over with extreme speed from another direction, and it charged towards 9 Nether. Who is it? 9 Underworld scolded coldly. Qin Hao also turned around, taking action to resist. Rumble. Shockwaves exploded, shaking the sky. In the distance, a bare-chested young man with a sun totem branded on his chest and holding the star execution bow of destruction appeared. It was Yi Yu. His 9 arrows were released in succession, shooting murderously at Qin Hao. At the same time, on the other side, a woman in a tight black dress appeared. She was slender and beautiful. Her skin was extremely white, and her hair was draped over her shoulders. There was a pair of black and white wings on her back that flowed with yin and yang qi. She looked like a beautiful dark fallen angel. It was Yang Qingying. The fallen angel wings on her back flapped, and she attacked 9 Underworld. Due to the fact that this scene was too sudden, the people present were all stunned for a long time before they managed to regain their senses. Jiang Shuling was dumbfounded. He didn't understand why this person suddenly appeared to help him. Just as the saints of the ancient demon race, ancient monster race, and 9 Netherworld sparrow race were attracted by Yi Yu and Yang Qingying. Behind the spatial cage that imprisoned Jiang Luoli, a white-robed figure holding a sword quietly appeared. He slashed at the spatial cage. The cage was instantly shattered, and a crack appeared. Come out, you silly girl, the white-clothed figure spoke with a sigh and a hint of helplessness. Recommended reading, Load File 2013. Chapter 232. Jiang Luoli, who had been staying in the space cage with a bitter look on her face, heard the gentle voice, and her twin ponytails perked up. She turned around and saw the handsome man she had been thinking about day and night. His clothes were as white as snow, and he was shrouded in celestial light. There was a hint of helplessness on his flawless face. Who else could it be but Jun Xiaoyao? Brother Xiaoyao. Jiang Luoli was stunned for a moment before she came back to her senses. She suddenly shouted out, and her face was flushed with excitement. Then, like a swallow returning to its nest, she pounced on Jun Xiaoyao. Her white and thin limbs wrapped tightly around Jun Xiaoyao like an octopus. She was like a cute pendant. Jun Xiaoyao was speechless. If it were not for his strong sacred body of the ancients, he would have been suffocated by Jiang Luoli's small arms and legs. Get down. Jun Xiaoyao sighed helplessly. He could be indifferent to anyone and be very indifferent to them. Only this silly girl gave him a headache and a headache. She was also Jun Xiaoyao's daughter-in-law, although Jun Xiaoyao did not admit it himself. No, brother Xiaoyao. I came to the lower realm to see you, but I was kidnapped. Boo-hoo. Jiang Luoli's snowy legs were wrapped around Jun Xiaoyao's waist, and her white arms were wrapped around his neck as she complained in his ear. Who would dare to kidnap you, the little princess of the Jiang family? Isn't that suicide? Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly and shook his head. H, there's someone who doesn't know his place. Jiang Luoli pouted and snorted. Jun Xiaoyao ignored Jiang Luoli, who was clinging to him, and looked around. He immediately saw the ancient demons, and the saints of the Netherworld Sparrow clan. Only then did they realize what was going on, and their faces were cold. Who are you? The ancient demon saint shouted coldly. However, the 2 protectors of the Jiang family looked extremely excited when they saw that Jun Xiaoyao had saved Jiang Luoli. They cupped their hands and greeted him. This old man greets the Son of God of the Jun family. Thank you, Son of God, for saving the young miss. The two protectors were very excited. Just now, they were having a headache about how to save Jiang Luoli and Jiang Shuling. In the blink of an eye, all the problems were solved. Jiang Luoli was rescued, and Jiang Shuling also escaped a calamity. Who is the Son of God of the Jun family? Qin Hao, whose plan was ruined, had an ugly expression. He naturally didn't know who Jun Xiaoyaro was or what kind of status he had in the immortal realm. A frog at the bottom of a well would never be able to see the vastness of the ocean. You are Qin Hao? Jun Xiaoyaro stared at Qin Hao, his countenance as cold as the heavens. This kind of indifferent gaze caused Qin Hao to feel extremely displeased. It was the same look of disdain and indifference again. As for Jiang Shuling, she was extremely surprised and said, "Thank you, brother-in-law, for saving us." Brother-in-law? Jun Xiaoyaro tilted his head slightly. When did he become someone else's brother-in-law? Jiang Luoli, who was hanging on his body, chuckled and winked at Jiang Shuling. She meant, "Well done." The saints of the ancient demon clan, and the 9 Netherworld Sparrow clan were surprised when they heard the words Son of God of the Jun family. Faintly, there was also a trace of fear. After all, once bitten, twice shy. Now that they heard the words Jun family, the saints of the 9 Netherworld Sparrow clan were scared. Who cares? Let's take him down first. The saints of the ancient demons looked at each other and charged at Jun Xiaoyao. If they were able to suppress the divine child, then the Jun family would at least be a little more cautious against them. However, they were still too naive. Patriarch Dongxian and Jiyu Yuan flashed out and collided with the saints of the ancient demon clan and the ancient demon clan. The two protectors of the Jiang family also made their moves, filled with anger. The Jiang family and the Jun family together had 4 saints against the 3 saints of the ancient demon clan, and the 9 Netherworld Sparrow clan. Jun Xiaoyaro did not attack for the time being. Instead, he looked at Qin Hao. Qin Hao saw this scene and his face turned slightly pale. He knew that his plan had completely failed. Not only did he fail to kill Jiang Shuling, but he had also put himself in danger. And all of this was because of the white-robed man, just as Qin Hao was filled with resentment. A beautiful woman's scream rang out. Hearing this, Qin Hao suddenly turned his head and saw a scene that made his eyes pop out of their sockets. Half of 9 Nether's black wings had been torn apart by Yang Qingying, and blood splattered in the sky. Yang Qingying's eyes were deep like the stars in the night sky, with a hint of coldness. Although she acted like a little girl in front of Jun Xiaoyao, she was as cold as the Queen of Darkness when facing her enemies. Jun Xiaoyao's words were the highest order. 9 Nether was Qin Hao's little sister. However, her strength was only at the level of a genius. Although she was very outstanding among her peers, she could not be too strong. Yang Qingying was one of the 10 heaven-defying children. Although the world's origin had been given to Jun Xiaoyaro, she was still the successor of the god-swallowing demonic technique. In addition, Yang Qingying had devoured the fallen son of God and the demon god bloodline of the Sky Demon Prince. Her strength had also skyrocketed to a terrifying level. It was more than enough to deal with 9 Nether. Die. Yang Qingying attacked and activated the god-swallowing demonic technique. A pitch-black devouring vortex appeared in the void and erupted with a suction force, trying to pull 9 Nether into it. No. 9 Nether struggled with all her might. She was the strongest genius of the 9 Netherworld Sparrow clan, but now, in front of Yang Qingying, she did not have much strength to resist. In just a short moment, 9 Nether's delicate body was pulled into the devouring vortex. Her delicate body exploded inch by inch, turning into pure flesh and blood energy that was absorbed by Yang Qingying. 9 Nether. Arth. Qin Hao gnashed his teeth in grief and indignation. He felt as if his heart was being torn apart. That was the beauty who had accompanied him all the way. They even agreed that after everything calmed down, they would find a place to quietly spend the rest of their lives. But now, everything beautiful was shattered before his eyes. Jiang Shuling laughed loudly. He was very happy, and the resentment in his heart was finally released. Qin Hao's eyes were as red as blood. At this moment, an arrow suddenly pierced through his back. Qin Hao hurriedly dodged, but his shoulder was still pierced through, and blood splattered everywhere. "How dare you be distracted while fighting me? You're courting death." Yi Yu's eyes were cold. He looked at Nine Nether, who had turned into a bloody mist, looked at Yi Yu's cold and disdainful eyes, and looked at Jiang Shuling's happy laughter. Qin Hao was about to go crazy. His blood surged, and he felt like he was about to explode. Suddenly, his blood-red eyes locked onto Jun Xiaoyaro, who was standing indifferently on the horizon. "It's him. It's all his fault. If he hadn't appeared and ruined my plan, Nine Nether wouldn't have died. Even if I, Qin Hao, die today, I'll drag you down with me." Qin Hao roared at the sky, completely unleashing his little universe as the main character. His blood and qi surged to the 9 heavens, and the innate spiritual bone in his chest also began to tremble, bursting with unprecedented brilliance. He also activated the world origin energy of the myriad continent to the extreme. Die! Qin Hao exploded with all his strength, and like a flaming meteor, he attacked Jun Xiaoyaro. Even if Jun Xiaoyaro was a god, Qin Hao would defy the heavens and slay him. Chapter 233. At this moment, Qin Hao was going all out. His little universe had reached its limit. The power of the carnate spirit bone and the origin energy of the world. The two forces were pushed to the extreme at the same time. They even merged together to form a destructive attack. Feeling this aura, even Jiang Shuling, who had been disdainful of Qin Hao before, was shocked. He asked himself if he was in Qin Hao's position. Even if he might not be killed instantly, he would at least be severely injured and lose his ability to fight. These geniuses from the lower worlds are each more heaven-defying than the other. Jiang Shuling was a little scared. Of course, he didn't know that these heaven-defying geniuses from the lower worlds were best at challenging those of a higher level and using hacks. One of the characteristics of the heaven-defying geniuses was to become stronger when facing a strong opponent. Qin Hao had obviously taken advantage of this characteristic to the extreme. At this moment, Qin Hao was determined to die together with Jun Xiaoyaro. He also thought he could do it. However, he didn't see the mockery and disdain in the eyes of Yang Qingying and Yi Yu. Rumble. Qin Hao was like a burning meteor. Wherever he passed, the void trembled and pitch-black spatial cracks appeared. As expected of the heaven-defying geniuses. This Qin Hao is quite imposing. Seeing Qin Hao charging at him fiercely, Jun Xiaoyao's face was as calm as an ancient well. He even commented like an outsider who was watching a show. Brother Xiaoyaro, Jiang Luoli's eyes were filled with worry. At this moment, Qin Hao's aura made her snow-white skin have goosebumps, and she felt a sense of danger. She didn't want Jun Xiaoyaro to be hurt at all. "Ha!" Jun Xiaoyaro chuckled. The corner of his lips curled up. He said calmly, "Hold on tight." "Huh." Jiang Luoli didn't react. Jun Xiaoyaro reached out his right hand and activated the strength of the hell-crushing divine elephant. Golden blood rose and turned into a divine elephant that suppressed the universe. At the same time, the power of the 70 origin immortal bones exploded forth. Immortal light and divine energy surged like an ocean. If one were to say that the current Qin Hao was a heaven-defying god of war in the mortal world, then Jun Xiaoyaro would be the supreme divine king who could suppress the universe. Jun Xiaoyaro held onto Jiang Luoli's slender waist with his left hand, preventing her from being blown away by the ripples of transcendence energy. His right hand clenched into a fist, fusing 3.7 billion jin of divine force with the power of the 70 origin immortal bones as he punched at Qin Hao. Wherever the fist spread out, space shattered inch by inch. The two figures collided in an instant. In an instant, heaven and earth lost their voices and fell into absolute silence. Only a dazzling brilliance slowly spread out from the center of the two of them. After a few breaths of time, the light spread out rapidly. At the same time, a deafening roar suddenly erupted. Even Patriarch Dongxian, Jiyu Yuan, the guardians of the Jiang family, and the saints of the ancient demons, ancient monsters, and 9 netherworld sparrows who were fighting were affected by the ripples and couldn't help but look over. Yi Yu, Yang Qingying, Su Ziqiong, the 9-headed lion, and Jiang Shuling all stared at the center of the explosion without blinking. A gust of wind blew past, blowing away the dust. The scene inside was also revealed. Jun Xiaoyaro held onto Jiang Luoli with his left hand and reached out with his right hand, punching through Qin Hao's chest. Qin Hao seemed to be frozen in the void, his face filled with disbelief. Viscous blood continuously flowed from the corner of his mouth. How is this possible? Qin Hao said with difficulty, his face as pale as a sheet. He couldn't accept the result at all. He had unleashed all of his strength, unleashed all of his skills, and unleashed his ultimate move. Jun Xiaoyaro had blocked it with a single hand. The most infuriating thing was that Jun Xiaoyaro was still holding onto the girl with his left hand. This was a real case of hugging a girl to death. Don't use your insignificant body to challenge the dignity of the Son of God. Jun Xiaoyao's handsome face was cold like a god. Brother Xiaoyao. Jiang Luoli, who was in his arms, her face was as gorgeous as the sun reflecting the snow. Her eyes were filled with stars and splendor. Jun Xiaoyaro was simply too handsome and mesmerizing at the moment. She felt extremely safe being in his arms. My brother-in-law is so flirtatious. Jiang Shuling was speechless not far away. She was secretly envious. Hugging a girl with his left hand and killing the enemy with his right. Suppressing everything with a single move. This was not something that anyone could do. Yi Yu's eyes also revealed a look of worship. As for Yang Qingying, she looked at Jiang Luoli in Jun Xiaoyao's arms with a trace of envy in her dark eyes. Since Jiang Shuling dug out your bone once, then this Son of God will kindly accept your bone after nirvana. Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled into a cold smile. His right hand directly grabbed the pure white spirit bone that had undergone nirvana from Qin Hao's chest. Ah! Qin Hao let out a roar. The tearing pain made him go crazy. Jiang Luoli buried her little head in Jun Xiaoyao's arms, unwilling to see the bloody scene. Not bad. Seeing this bone, Jun Xiaoyaro smiled. This nirvana carnate spirit bone could be used as nourishment for his supreme bone. Cough cough. Qin Hao coughed out a large mouthful of blood. His face was pale and he smiled bitterly. This was the second time his bone had been dug out. He was defeated. Completely defeated. He thought that he could die together with Jun Xiaoyaro, but in the end, it was just a matter of a punch. The gap between the two was too big. What did I do wrong to cause the dynasty to be destroyed, my family to be destroyed, and even Nine Nether to die? Qin Hao was devastated. He had done nothing wrong, but Jiang Shuling's arrival had ruined everything for him. Now, not only was Nine Nether dead, even his nirvana bone was taken away by Jun Xiaoyao. Qin Hao was 2F** king miserable. There was no pity on Jun Xiaoyao's face. Strictly speaking, this matter was indeed Jiang Shuling's fault. To Qin Hao, he was a villain who had committed the most heinous crimes. But so what? Jiang Shuling was a member of the Jiang family. And half of the Jiang family's blood flowed in Jun Xiaoyao's body. If he didn't help Jiang Shuling, would he put righteousness before family and help Qin Hao? Obviously not. Jun Xiaoyaro wasn't a saint at all. He wouldn't restrict himself with simple concepts of good and evil. Jun Xiaoyaro would protect those on his side even if they'd committed heinous crimes. What about helping reason or not helping relatives? That's all nonsense. Jun Xiaoyaro would protect his own to the end. Let me warn you before you die. Only children know right and wrong. Adults only look at the pros and cons. Jun Xiaoyaro shook his head faintly and slapped out with a palm. Qin Hao laughed bitterly. He had no power to resist and was smashed into a bloody pulp by Jun Xiaoyao's palm. Jun Xiaoyaro reached out and grabbed. The world essence of the myriad continent was taken into his bag. At this point, Jun Xiaoyaro had obtained 4 balls of world essence. If I can gather all 10 world's essence and use it as a foundation to ascend the altar of martyrs, I might really be able to open up an unprecedented path. Jun Xiaoyaro thought to himself and confirmed his goal. Recommended reading, Load File 2013. Chapter 234. To open up a path that no one had ever walked before, not only did it require great courage, great perseverance, and great talent, but also great opportunities. And the origin of the 10 realms was the greatest opportunity. Before, Even Jun Zhantian only wanted Jun Xiaoyaro to get a ball of origin of the world. In Jun Zhantian's opinion, a ball of origin of the world was enough to become a supreme immortal seed and give Jun Xiaoyaro an immortal foundation. But now, even Jun Zhantian did not expect that his grandson would be so ambitious to gather all the origin of the 10 realms. Nothing like this had ever happened since ancient times. No one would have such ambition. But this time, the 10 realms were in chaos, and the origin of the 10 realms had appeared. This was the best opportunity. Jun Xiaoyaro would not miss this opportunity. Seeing Qin Hao and Joyo die, the saint of the Netherworld Sparrow clan also roared. "What are you all arguing about?" Jun Xiaoyaro frowned slightly. Then, he took out the holy body of the fallen. He punched out, shattering the void for thousands of miles. The saint of the Netherworld Sparrow clan was unable to resist and was punched by the holy body of the fallen. This scene stunned not only the saints of the ancient demon clan and the ancient demon clan, but also the 2 protectors of the Jiang family. They both felt an extremely dangerous aura from the holy body of the fallen. Then, the holy body of the fallen's fist vibrated and blasted toward the 2 saints of the ancient demon clan and the ancient demon clan. Of course, this time, Jun Xiaoyaro did not directly kill them. Instead, he severely injured them. Because he still wanted to pry out the mastermind behind the scenes from these 2. However, at this moment, Jun Xiaoyaro suddenly felt a pain in his head. Jun Xiaoyaro directly cut off the connection with the holy body of the fallen. "The time is getting shorter and shorter," Jun Xiaoyaro murmured to himself. The time he could connect with the holy body of the fallen was getting shorter and shorter. He should be unable to use it after 1 or 2 more times. However, Jun Xiaoyaro did not feel that it was a pity. He had only used the holy physique of the fallen in the lower worlds. He no longer needed it when he returned to the Huangtian mystic realm. After the saints of the ancient demons were severely injured, they were controlled by old ancestor Dongxian and Jiyu Yuan. Jun Xiaoyaro walked up to them and said coldly, "Tell me, who gave you the courage to betray the Jun family?" The ancient demon clan and the ancient demon clan would never dare to betray the Jun family even if they were given 10,000 guts. There must be someone supporting them from behind. The saint of the ancient demons snorted coldly and said, "The winner takes all. Even though the 2 of us have lost, the catastrophe is not over. The Jun family will never be able to control everything. You're a prisoner, yet you're still so stubborn. You're very brave." Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled into a mocking smile. Then, he immediately used the superpower of the chaotic divine grindstone visualization method, the chaotic divine grindstone. This primal chaos divine grindstone was simply a terrifying method of torturing one's soul. Even the assassins from the nether heaven couldn't withstand such torture. Even though Jun Xiaoyaro was facing 2 saints, they were severely injured. However, these 2 sages were severely injured, and their strength had fallen to rock bottom. Coupled with the suppression of old ancestor Dongxian and Jiyu Yuan, their divine palace primordial spirits were also weakened to the extreme. Jun Xiaoyao's chaotic divine grindstone was still effective. What the hell is this? The saints of the ancient demons cried out in pain with bloodshot eyes. The pain of having their primordial spirits pulled into the chaotic divine grindstone and being repeatedly crushed was thousands of times more painful than being dismembered. This was definitely not a pain that ordinary people could endure. After a long period of torture, the 2 saints finally couldn't take it anymore and revealed some secrets. Not only did the 2 clans collude with the sinners, but they also colluded with the creatures of the archaic divine mountain in the lower world. The archaic divine mountain in the lower world was related to the Archean royalty of the mystic realm. For example, the top royal clans of Zulong, Wanhuang Spirit Mountain, Qilin Ancient Cave, Ancient Crocodile Lake, and so on. Qilin Ancient Cave and Ancient Crocodile Lake are also involved. Jun Xiaoyaro frowned slightly. Qilin Ancient Cave and Ancient Crocodile Lake were also top Archean royalty, and their strength was not inferior to Zulong and Wanhuang Spirit Mountain. However, on second thought, it was understandable. The Archean royalty had always regarded the human race as ants and had caused many disturbances in ancient times. As the top clan of the ancients of the human race and one of the three royal clans, the Jun family naturally had conflicts with the Archean royalty. Over time, the Jun family had almost offended more than half of the Archean royalty. The remaining half of the Archean royalty did not have a huge grudge with the Jun family, but they did not have a good impression of them either. This was also the reason why the Jun family had not completely destroyed Zulong despite being so powerful. As long as the Jun family went against Zulong, Wanhuang Spirit Mountain, Chilean Ancient Cave, Ancient Crocodile Lake, and other royal clans would not sit idly by. Although the Jun family was not afraid of these Archean royalty, they would still suffer some losses. The Jun family had allies like the Jiang family of the ancients. However, if a war were to break out, it would not be a war between two forces. It would involve many forces, and the entire Huangtian mystic realm would be turned upside down. No wonder you are so confident. It turns out that the Archean royalty is backing you up. Unfortunately, you are just pawns of the Archean royalty to provoke the Jun family. Jun Xiaoyao's tone was cold. The ancient demons used the Archean royalty as their backing. However, the Archean royalty had never taken them seriously. The ancient demons were just pawns used to provoke the Jun family. They were the kind that would be thrown away when they were done using them. It was ridiculous that these two clans thought that the Archean royalty would give them freedom and protect them for the rest of their lives. There is only one outcome for those who betray the Jun family, and that is to be annihilated. Not only you, but the ancient demons are not allowed to appear in the entire mystic realm for hundreds of millions of years. Jun Xiaoyao's words were cold, like a judgment from the heavens. This was no longer directed at the two clans in the lower worlds, but at the bloodline of the entire ancient demons. Jun Xiaoyao's words directly cut off the bloodline of the two clans. What right do you have to do this? Impossible. The Archean royalty will protect our clans. The two saints' eyes were bloodshot as they roared. Kill them. Jun Xiaoyao turned around and said. Grand Ancestor Dongxian and Jiu Yuan raised their hands and clapped, shattering the bodies and primordial spirits of the two saints. At the same time, they were speechless. Jun Xiaoyao was killing them in their hearts. Not only would the ancient demons of the lower worlds die, but even the clans in the mystic realm would not be spared. The emperors of the human world would kill 9 clans if they did not agree with them. Jun Xiaoyao was not just killing 9 clans, he was uprooting the bloodline of the 2 clans. He was not going to be lenient. His methods were cruel and decisive. He was simply a hero of the world. My brother-in-law is 2F** King Awesome. Jiang Shuling's eyes were also filled with admiration. With such a thigh, he definitely had to hug it tightly. He was even more determined to build a good relationship with Jun Xiaoyao. As for Jiang Luoli, she was still clinging to Jun Xiaoyao without caring about her image. Her delicate little face looked like a love-struck fool, and the corners of her tender red lips were dripping with sparkling saliva. The current Jun Xiaoyao was simply a cold, handsome, and black-bellied domineering CEO. He was the most attractive to a little girl like her. Why aren't you coming down? Jun Xiaoyao turned his head sideways and looked at Jiang Luoli, who was about to drool, and said with a slight headache. Recommended reading, Load File 2013. Chapter 235. As the saying goes, everything has its weakness. Jiang Luoli was the daughter-in-law that Jiang Ru approved of, so Jun Xiaoyao really couldn't go too far with her. Otherwise, if Jiang Luoli went back and complained that Jun Xiaoyao bullied her, Jiang Ru would nag again. I finally came to the lower realm to see big brother Xiaoyao, and I'm imprisoned. Can't I ask for more hugs? Jiang Luoli used her cute technique and raised her sparkling little face. Her big watery eyes seemed to be able to speak as she spoke pitifully. Jun Xiaoyao was speechless. This cute technique was very lethal, but unfortunately, Jun Xiaoyao didn't fall for it. He wasn't a copper alchemist. Seeing that Jun Xiaoyao didn't have any reaction, Jiang Shuling was a little speechless. When Jiang Luoli acted coquettishly, the entire Jiang family couldn't wait to dote on her. However, this future brother-in-law of hers didn't feel anything at all. Was he really emotionless? Come down. Jun Xiaoyao sighed. Oh. Seeing that her cute technique was useless, Jiang Luoli obediently let go of him. Jiang Luoli sometimes liked to act coquettishly, but she would never make trouble for no reason. However, at the thought that she could still spend some time with Jun Xiaoyaro in the lower realm, Jiang Luoli giggled to herself again. This silly girl. Jun Xiaoyaro was completely speechless. Jiang Luoli was an eccentric person, but she was actually very smart. However, whenever she was around Jun Xiaoyaro, it was as if she had lost her mind, turning into an idiot. This might be a woman in love being brainless. Thank you for your help, brother-in-law. I'm very grateful. Jiang Shuling hurried forward and cupped her hands respectfully. Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyaro was silent. On the contrary, Jiang Luoli was a little bashful. She smiled shyly and said, "Cousin, I'm not that fast with brother Xiaoyaro yet." Jun Xiaoyaro was a little speechless. Was this girl really going to take advantage of him? It's been so long, but he hasn't grown any taller. He looked at Jiang Luoli's petite height and her flat chest. For a moment, Jun Xiaoyaro even suspected that Jiang Luoli was like the 16th ancestor of the Jun family, who ate something like the Dao fruit of longevity and would never grow up. Xiaoyaro Gij, you're saying I'm short again. When Jiang Luoli heard this, she pouted and puffed up her cheeks. The Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger. Luo Li is 1.5 meters tall. The pagoda suppresses the river demons. Luo Li doesn't grow tall, Jun Xiaoyaro said honestly. Before this, Jiang Luoli was still on his chest. She could only reach his waist now. She didn't even need to kneel down when she bit him. And if they really wanted to carry on the family line, then it wouldn't be a step to the stomach, but a slip of the tongue. I'm not bad either. Jiang Luoli put her hands on her small waist and puffed out her small chest desperately. But she just couldn't puff it up. Okay. Jun Xiaoyaro shook his head. He didn't have time to discuss physiological development with this silly girl. He turned to look at Jiang Shuling. I don't object to you doing those things to destroy the family, but be careful not to fail miserably. I can't always protect you. Hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, Jiang Shuling nodded repeatedly. Indeed. If it weren't for Jun Xiaoyao's help this time, he and Jiang Luoli would probably be in danger. Thank you, brother-in-law, Jiang Shuling said gratefully. Can you change the way you address me? Jun Xiaoyaro had a headache. Thank you, young master, Jiang Shuling said. Jun Xiaoyaro nodded slightly. Given his importance to the Jiang family, there was nothing wrong with calling him young master. Jun Xiaoyaro did not let his guard down even after the matter was resolved. He still had to deal with the ancient god clan. In addition, Jun Xiaoyaro also had to visit the primordial divine mountain on the Myriad continent. Since the Archean royalty wanted to intimidate the Jun family, Jun Xiaoyaro naturally wanted to intimidate the Archean royalty. It was impolite not to reciprocate. After a little reorganization, Jun Xiaoyaro led this group of people to the ancient god clan's encampment. The ancient god clan was currently engaged in a fierce battle with the ancient demon clan, the ancient monster clan, and the sinful clan. Originally, they were almost at their limit. Fortunately, the Dayan dynasty's team arrived in time to support them, so they were able to hold on. But even with the Dayan dynasty's support, it was still very difficult for them to win this battle. Because in addition to the ancient demon clan and ancient monster clan, there were also 4 sinful clans gathered here. They were the Bloodfeather clan, the Golden Giant clan, the Earth Demon clan, and the Netherworld Sparrow clan. These 4 sinful clans were very strong. In addition to the ancient demon clan and ancient monster clan, it was already a miracle that the ancient god clan could hold on until now. On the battlefield, smoke filled the air. All kinds of magic power fluctuations shook the sky. Ancient god clan and the Dayan dynasty, you won't last long, an ancient demon saint sneered. That's right, it's time for you to be destroyed. An ancient monster saint sneered. The ancient god clan has suppressed us for so many years. It's time for revenge. A blood-feather saint with a pair of crimson wings on his back spoke with extreme coldness. The ancient demon clan and ancient monster clan had rebelled and helped them break the seal. Therefore, the 4 sinful clans poured all their resentment and hatred onto the ancient god clan. Sinful clans are sinful clans. The blood of sinners flows in our veins. The ancient God clan is loyal to the Jun family. We will lay down our heads and spill our blood. We will never surrender. An ancient God saint shouted. Even though he was bathed in blood, he was still full of fighting spirit. You won't cry until you see the coffin. Kill them. The 9 Netherworld Sparrow clan saint said with murderous intent. The royal lords of Dayan approached an ancient God saint and said, "Don't worry. In the eyes of the Son of God, these sinful clans are nothing." After seeing the terrifying strength of the fallen holy body, the royal lords of Dayan were not worried about these sinful clans at all. There was even a trace of pity in their eyes. I hope the Son of God can come soon. We can't hold on for much longer. The ancient God saint sighed. Below, Jun Ying-er, Fang Han, and the others were also fighting. Jun Ying-er was thinking about Jun Xiaoyaro while fighting. She didn't know when he would come. Fang Han was expressionless. Since Jun Xiaoyaro appeared, the number of times Jun Ying-er talked to him could be counted on one hand. Most of the time, she stayed with Jun Xiaoyaro. This made Fang Han very unhappy. But there was nothing he could do. Jun Xiaoyaro was not someone he could mess with. Although Fang Han was narrow-minded and possessive, he was not stupid. He knew who he could mess with and who he couldn't. Even his father, the royal lords of Dayan, was just a servant in front of Jun Xiaoyaro. What was he to her? However, during this period of fighting, Fang Han's strength continued to increase by sacrificing the sinful clans for the sacrificial talisman. But he didn't show it. He was going to use it as a trump card to make it easier for him to defeat the enemy. At this moment, there was an explosion in the sky. The saints of the ancient demon clan, the ancient monster clan, the Bloodfeather clan, and the 9 Netherworld Sparrow clan were besieging an ancient god saint. They were going to kill him first. In terms of the number of saints, the ancient god clan, the ancient monster clan, and the 4 sinful clans far outnumbered the ancient god clan and the Dayan dynasty. Just as the ancient god saint was about to be killed, a towering figure with long hair and surging demonic will broke through the space and punched toward the ancient demon clan saint. Poof! His body collapsed, and saint blood spilled. One punch to kill a saint. Recommended reading, Load File 2013. Chapter 236. The sudden punch was out of everyone's expectations. What was even more shocking was that the ancient demon saint had been killed by a single punch. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. That was a saint powerhouse. Even in the deity region, he was a superior existence. However, at this moment, he was like an ant that had been killed in an instant. The scene was so shocking that the sinners, ancient demons felt their scalps go numb and their bodies turn cold as if they had fallen into an ice cave. The Son of God is here. The royal lords of Dayan laughed when they saw this. The clansmen of the ancient god clan were also very excited. If the Black Heaven sect and the Dayan dynasty were 100% loyal to the Jun family, then the ancient god clan was 200% loyal. The reason was very simple. Back then, the ancient god clan was oppressed by the ancient demons and ancient demons. In the end, the Jun family saved the ancient god clan and took the 3 clans as their vassal forces. Therefore, the ancient god clan was very grateful to the Jun family and was naturally more loyal to the Jun family. The ancient demons could have taken over the ancient god clan, but they were stopped by the Jun family and were taken in as followers instead. Although the 2 clans seemed to be subservient, they were obviously resentful. After a long time of resentment and the primordial divine mountain's instigation, they decided to rebel. In the distant sky, Jun Xiaoyaro and the others arrived. Looking at the devastated battlefield, Jun Xiaoyao's expression became even colder. The ancient demons, and the 4 sinners, none of you can escape today. Jun Xiaoyaro controlled the fallen Saint Physique and killed the remaining sinners' saints. At the same time, he waved his hand, and 6 star-splitting divine puppets tore through the void and shot out. Old ancestor Dongxian, Jiyu Yuan, and the beautiful quasi-saint woman also attacked. The Jun family of the deity region is here. D***MNit, these saint puppets are too strong, and that demonic shadow is too terrifying. Even a saint can't block his punch. The ancient God clan, the ancient demon clan, and the Sin clan all let out cries of shock and pain. A fallen holy body was more than enough to break through their saint barriers. Not to mention that he had 6 star-splitting divine puppets to assist him. He was practically invincible. No saint would be able to withstand this terrifying power. Zhun Xiaoyao's arrival had undoubtedly turned the situation around. At the same time, Zhun Xiaoyao also made his move. His expression was extremely cold. Holding the coiling Emperor Time Sword, he locked onto a young figure from the ancient demon clan. He was the strongest prodigy of the ancient demon clan, Jiyu Lai. Seeing Zhun Xiaoyao charging over, Jiyu Lai's face turned cold and fierce as he shouted, "Who are you to the Zhun family?" Zhun Xiaoyao did not say a word, the corner of his mouth holding a wisp of indifference. He slashed out with his sword. The sword light carried the aura of time and swept out mightily. Zhun Xiaoyao's strength was almost invincible among his peers. Together with the support of the coiling Emperor Time Sword, those of the same generation as him could only say, "Good luck. You're courting death." Seeing that Zhun Xiaoyao did not even bother to reply, Jiyu Lai felt humiliated. Demonic qi erupted from his body, making him look like a peerless demon. However, after Zhun Xiaoyao's sword light swept past, he did not turn back and attacked the next person. Jiyu Lai's entire body seemed to have frozen in the air. Then, under the horrified gazes of all the sinners present, Qin Lai suddenly appeared. Jiyu Lai's body was blown away by the wind bit by bit like a weathered mountain rock. His entire body was blown away like sand. This made everyone's hair stand on end. This method was too strange. How would they know that this was the power of time of the coiling Emperor Time Sword? If a true top expert wielded the coiling Emperor Time Sword, one slash would be enough to turn everything within a radius of 10,000 miles into ashes. The current Zhun Xiaoyao obviously had not reached that level yet. However, it was enough to deal with people like Jiyu Lai. "Liar!" One of the ancient demon clan's saints screamed angrily with blood-red eyes. However, in the next moment, he was instantly killed by a punch from the fallen Saint Physique. Zhun Xiaoyao continued to attack the next person. The young prodigy of the ancient demon clan was also slaughtered by Zhun Xiaoyao. Then, it was the prodigies of the Bloodfeather clan, Golden Giant clan, Earth Demon clan, and 9 Netherworld Sparrow clan. Zhun Xiaoyao's decisiveness and strength set off waves in the hearts of everyone present. Zhun Ying'er's beautiful eyes were filled with splendor as she stared at Zhun Xiaoyao without blinking. This was a true peerless hero, invincible and invincible. Seeing this, Fang Han felt powerless. Even with the help of the god sacrificial talisman, he had concealed a lot of his strength. However, if he were to challenge Zhun Xiaoyao one-on-one now, Fang Han probably did not have the confidence and courage to do so. As expected of big brother Xiaoyao, he could have made a living with his looks, but he chose to rely on his strength. Jiang Luoli's beautiful eyes sparkled. Seeing that Zhun Xiaoyao was wantonly slaughtering the prodigies of their clans, the sinful saints were so angry that their hearts were bleeding. They wanted to slap Zhun Xiaoyao to death, but they were blocked by the fallen Saint Physique and the star-splitting divine puppet. They could not even get close to Zhun Xiaoyao. Following that, the battle turned into a one-sided massacre. The fallen Saint Physique slaughtered the saints. Zhun Xiaoyao slaughtered the sinful prodigies. Run! No one can stop this demonic shadow. Even the saints could not withstand a punch from him. What kind of monster is he? Demon. That white-robed man is a demon. It's too tragic. He killed hundreds and thousands of our young elites with one swing of his sword. Miserable cries could be heard from all directions. The ancient demon clan, and the sinful clans finally lost their confidence and wanted to retreat. But was it that simple? If Zhun Xiaoyao said he wanted to exterminate them, then he would. Whether it was the 2 rebel clans or the 4 sinful clans, they would all be exterminated. Ancient God clan, Dayan dynasty, heed my command. Kill the 2 rebel clans and the 4 sinful clans. Leave no one alive. Zhun Xiaoyao stood in the 9 heavens with a sword in hand. His tone was cold and murderous, like a divine king clad in white robes. As the Son of God commands, mighty voices rang out from all directions. The counterattack had finally begun. This pursuit lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. The Ancient Demon Clan, Bloodfeather Clan, Golden Giant Clan, Earth Demon Clan, and Netherworld Sparrow Clan. Not a single one of the 6 major clans was left alive. Corpses littered the ground, their blood converging into a meandering river. This great battle had shaken the entire Myriad continent. Looking at the devastated land, Jun Xiaoyaro stood in the 9 heavens and sighed. Just a battle of this level alone had caused such great casualties and destruction. If it had been an immortal war between immortal factions, what kind of majestic and heroic scene would it have been? Jun Xiaoyaro finally understood why the Jun family was unwilling to start an immortal war despite their strength. It was because an immortal war had too many implications and too wide a range. Compared to an immortal war, the extermination of clans was child's play. However, Jun Xiaoyaro had a hunch that something was going to happen. In this era of great competition, there was a possibility that an immortal war might break out. And the most likely immortal war was between the Jun family and the Archean royalty. Oh right, I almost forgot that there's one more thing I haven't settled yet. Jun Xiaoyaro murmured. There was still a place he had to go. The Primordial Divine Mountain. Recommended reading, Load File 2013. Chapter 237. The primordial divine mountain of the Tianxian continent had also caused chaos. In the end, Jun Xiaoyaro had suppressed them. However, this time, the Ancient Demon Clan and Ancient Demon Clan were cooperating with the primordial divine mountain of the Myriad continent. It had nothing to do with the Tianxian continent. The Archean royalty of the Immortal region had contacted the 2 traitorous clans through the primordial divine mountain of the Myriad continent. Since the Archean royalty had provoked the Jun family first, Jun Xiaoyaro had no reason to retreat. He was the face of the Jun family. If Jun Xiaoyaro didn't make a move, who else would? The dignity of the Jun family cannot be violated. Since you dare to provoke the Archean royalty, I, the Son of God, will give you an even greater gift. Jun Xiaoyao's handsome face was cold. At this moment, the ancient God clan patriarch stepped forward and knelt on one knee in front of Jun Xiaoyaro with excitement. I am the ancient God clan patriarch. Greetings to Lord Son of God. Rise. You've worked hard. Jun Xiaoyao's cold expression turned into a gentle smile. He had a good impression of the ancient God clan, who were loyal and devoted. It was the Jun family that saved us in the past. Without the Jun family, the ancient God clan wouldn't exist today. We're just doing our duty, the ancient God clan patriarch replied. Now that the 10 great sinner clans of the lower realm have been destroyed, you can return to the immortal region if you need, Jun Xiaoyaro said. Hearing this, the ancient God clan patriarch was even more excited. His face flushed red. Thank you, Lord Son of God. Everyone from the ancient God clan bowed in unison. The royal lords of Dayan and the others were envious. And you can return to the immortal region if you want, but you must leave behind a portion of your power to control the continent, Jun Xiaoyaro said. Yes, thank you, Son of God. The royal lords of Dayan and the others were also overjoyed. Although they were like dragons in the lower realm. However, if possible, they also wanted to return to the celestial realm. Whether it was the cultivation environment or the level of life there, it was much higher than the lower realms. That was the true stage of the strong. The disturbance caused by the 10 great sinner clans was completely settled. Jun Xiaoyaro had also completed the task assigned to him by his family. Young master, what should we do next? Yi Yu asked from the side. To the primordial God mountain, Jun Xiaoyaro said indifferently. These words made the ancient God clan leader's expression change slightly. The primordial God mountain was a forbidden land on the continent. In the past, the primordial God clan and the primordial God mountain had never interfered with each other. And this time, the rebel race was in turmoil and the sinners had broken the seal. Although there seemed to be a life form from the primeval God mountain secretly interfering, it was still a fact. But on the surface, none of the creatures of the primordial God mountain attacked the ancient God clan. On the surface, it could be said that they were not involved. Son of God, let us go with you. the clan leader of the ancient god clan and the royal lords of Dayan said. The primordial god mountain was still dangerous. No need. You all have a good rest and deal with the trivial matters. I, the son of God, will go to the primordial god mountain, Jun Xiaoyaro said indifferently. Hearing this, the surrounding people fell silent. Jun Xiaoyaro wanted to flatten the primordial god mountain alone. However, when they thought of the terrifying strength of the fallen saint body, everyone felt that it might really be possible. Then, Jun Xiaoyaro rested in the ancient god clan for 2 days. He also let his bone of supremacy absorb Qin Hao's nirvana innate spirit bone. After absorbing it, Jun Xiaoyaro felt that the complete form of the nirvana light of samsara should be appearing soon. It only needed an opportunity. When the time came, the complete form of the nirvana light of samsara would obviously be stronger than the hand of heaven. 2 days later, Jun Xiaoyaro set off for the primordial god mountain. The 9-headed lion, Yi Yu, and Yang Qingying had to follow him. Old ancestor Dongxian, Jiyu Yuan, and the others naturally had to follow him. Jiang Luoli, on the other hand, insisted on staying by Jun Xiaoyao's side. During the time in the lower realm, she didn't want to be separated from Jun Xiaoyaro for even a second. Of course, one of the most important reasons was that Jiang Luoli felt a sense of danger. Not long after Jun Xiaoyaro descended, Su Ziqiong, Yang Qingying, and Jun Ying'er appeared by his side. Nailan Ruoshi didn't follow, so Jiang Luoli didn't know. At that moment, she was like a little hen protecting her food, trying her best to stay by Jun Xiaoyao's side. Jun Xiaoyaro had no choice but to bring them along. The primordial god mountain of the Myriad continent was located in the far west. As far as the eye could see, the Black Mountain range was like the bulging skeleton of an ancient giant beast, filled with a desolate aura. There was more than one primordial god mountain in the entire mountain range. Different living beings lived in different primordial divine mountains. At this moment, there were divine wills communicating in the void of the primordial god mountain. The ancient demon clan and the ancient monster clan have been completely destroyed. The 9 netherworld sparrow clan and the other ancient clans have also been destroyed. So be it. They're just pawns in the royal family's hands anyway. Do you think the Jun family's son of God will attack our primordial god mountain? You're overthinking it. We have the Archean royalty behind us. The Jun family's son of God hasn't grown up yet. Would he dare to come? That's right. The Jun family's son of God is just a newborn tiger. He hasn't even grown his claws and teeth. He shouldn't have the guts. That's true. Haha, I'm overthinking it. Light laughter came from the void. It sounded very indifferent, with a hint of disdain. However, not long after, Jun Xiaoyaro and the others arrived in the sky outside the primordial god mountain. Looking at the primordial god mountain that was filled with a wild aura, Jun Xiaoyao's expression was extremely indifferent. Son of God, do you want us to take the lead and test it out first? Grand Ancestor Dongxian asked. They knew that Jun Xiaoyaro had the holy body of the fallen, so they wanted to take the lead and test the waters of the primordial god mountain. Haha, there's no need. It's just a primordial god mountain from the lower realm. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was indifferent. If he had to be afraid of dealing with a primordial god mountain from the lower realm, then he shouldn't be called the son of God of the Jun family. What Jun Xiaoyaro wanted was the joy of sweeping through everything in his path. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the forbidden area of the primordial god mountain? Some creatures in the primordial god mountain saw Jun Xiaoyaro and the others and walked out to ask arrogantly. The creatures of the primordial god mountain were used to being arrogant. Almost no one in the lower realm dared to provoke them, so they had developed the habit of being arrogant and domineering. The Jun family is here to collect the debt. Jun Xiaoyaro pressed down with his palm. The golden palm print was like a corner of the sky collapsing as it pressed down fiercely. Rumble. A mountain range was smashed, and the ground caved in. Hundreds of creatures of the primordial god mountain were crushed into meat paste before they could even scream. The remaining creatures of the primordial god mountain all widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. In the lower realm, someone dared to kill the creatures of the primordial god mountain in front of them. However, Some of the creatures of the primordial god mountain also heard Jun Xiaoyao's words. The Jun family was here to collect the debt. The Jun family. They are from the Jun family of the mystic realm. A creature of the primordial god mountain screamed with extreme fear on his face. What do you mean by this? Killing the creatures of the primordial god mountain as you please? Aren't you afraid of angering the forbidden existence of the primordial god mountain? A creature of the primordial god mountain was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Jun Xiaoyao's face. However, this smile was a little cold. Sorry, I, the Son of God, am here today to destroy the primordial god mountain. Recommended reading, Load File 2013. Chapter 238. Jun Xiaoyao's words were indifferent, but the murderous intent in them made the world change color. The clouds in the sky were dyed with an ominous blood color. It was as if Jun Xiaoyao's murderous intent was able to resonate with the world. You. What did you say? You want to destroy the immemorial divine mountain? The group of creatures from the divine mountain were all stunned. They froze on the spot as if they had been petrified. In the lower realm, the immemorial divine mountain was a taboo existence. They had always been at the top. They were the only ones who could destroy other forces. No one else or force could threaten them. It was also because they had been pampered for a long time that they were used to being high and mighty. Therefore, when they heard Jun Xiaoyao's words, they didn't even react for a moment. After a while, the creatures from the divine mountain came back to their senses. They couldn't help but cry out, "Are you crazy? The immemorial divine mountain is not something you can destroy just because you want to." The Jun family was powerful, but now they were in the lower realm. Moreover, Jun Xiaoyao had a saint by his side. However, the immemorial divine mountain didn't lack saints. If Jun Xiaoyao thought that he could destroy the ancient divine mountain with such a force alone, it would have been too much of a fantasy. As long as I, the Son of God, want to, let alone a mere immemorial divine mountain, I can destroy even an entire lower realm. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was cold. He raised his hand again and pressed down. The creature from the divine mountain who spoke, along with the group of creatures around him, was directly crushed into meat paste. How dare you? An old voice shouted from the depths of the divine mountain. A terrifying aura of the saint stage burst out. Along with the eruption of the aura were monstrous crimson flames. The raging flames formed a pillar of fire that soared into the sky. An old man wearing a flaming robe stepped out. Everywhere he passed, flames were ignited, and the temperature between heaven and earth rose rapidly. It's the taboo existence of the Inferno divine mountain, the Inferno saint. When they saw the red-robed old man appear, the surrounding creatures of the divine mountain burst into exclamations. Their expressions were filled with extreme surprise. The Inferno saint's true form was a fiery bird. He was also a taboo existence that was hibernating in the Inferno divine mountain. He was awakened by the commotion caused by Jun Xiaoyao and the others and was the first to step forward. Ignorant Junior, the immemorial divine mountain is not a place where you can barge in, the flame saint said coldly. He did not strike immediately because he saw old ancestor Dongxian and the rest. Of course, the flaming saint was not afraid because he was not the only forbidden creature in the entire primordial divine mountain. Fiery bird, not bad. Jun Xiaoyao nodded his head slightly. Jiang Luoli blinked her big eyes and said, "Big brother Xiaoyao, do you mean that we have roasted birds to eat?" "That's right," Jun Xiaoyao said. "Oh yeah, Luo Li wants to eat roasted chicken wings, roasted chicken legs, and chicken necks." Jiang Luoli clapped her hands and smiled. Then, she started counting with her fingers, listing the parts that she wanted to eat. Hearing the conversation between the two, the faces of all the living beings on the divine mountain froze. Their eyes widened as if they had seen a ghost. They actually treated the raging flame saint as an ingredient. You are too presumptuous. The flame saint was a saint after all. How could he not care about his reputation? He had just woken up from a deep sleep and was treated as an ingredient. No one would be able to stand it. Moreover, the flame saint's temperament was the same as his body. They were both hot-tempered. He could not help but want to strike. His realm was at the late stage of the saint realm. He was stronger than the average saint, so he had the confidence to strike. At the very least, even if Jun Xiaoyao had 2 saint experts by his side, he was confident that he could escape unscathed. Seeing the flame saint charging towards him with a monstrous red flame, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were indifferent as he directly summoned the fallen saint Physique. What he wanted was to end the battle cleanly. The fallen saint Physique tore through the void and appeared. His long hair danced wildly, and his aura was like an abyss. He punched out, shattering the void. The fist radiance carried an unparalleled force as it charged towards the flame saint. 51. Aesthetic. Seeing the sudden appearance of the fallen saint Physique, the flame saint was stunned. After feeling the terrifying fist radiance of the fallen saint Physique, the flame saint felt his scalp go numb. He hurriedly summoned his ultimate treasure. It was a treasured fan refined from the life flame divine feather. The red treasured fan flapped, and monstrous red flames swept out. Everywhere it passed, the earth was scorched. Even the void seemed to be burned down. Die. The flaming saint was very confident in his natal true treasure. The red flames also drowned the fallen saint Physique. Just as the smile on the flame saint's face was about to spread. Boom! The curtain of flames was torn apart, and the fallen saint Physique burst out from it. Not even a strand of his hair was burned, let alone his body. How is this possible? The flame saint could not believe it and screamed in horror. That was the ultimate treasure refined from his life flame divine feather. He had used it to kill more than one early stage or mid-stage saint expert. However, this flame could not hurt the fallen saint Physique at all. The fallen saint Physique's eyes were filled with madness as he threw a punch at the flame saint. Boom! The flame saint's chest was penetrated, and even his divine palace and primordial spirit were shattered. The forbidden creature of the immemorial divine mountain, a late-stage saint expert, was killed by the fallen saint Physique with a single punch. Dead silence. All the creatures of the divine mountain around were as pale as paper. Looking at the scene in front of them, they felt that it was extremely unreal. That was the forbidden creature of the divine mountain. Even ordinary saints would not dare to face such a terrifying existence. But now, it was killed in an instant. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, these creatures of the immemorial divine mountain would have thought that it was a big joke. But now, they had witnessed the fall of the forbidden creature with their own eyes, and they could not laugh at all. Boom! 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 Just as the flame saint died, the aura of the saint stage exploded within the immemorial divine mountain. It was the wrath of the forbidden creatures of the immemorial divine mountain. They originally wanted the flame saint to test the waters. Who would have thought that something like this would happen? The Inferno saint, who was so powerful, was killed in a single move. Son of God of the Jun family, you're too bold. On an immemorial divine mountain, a golden aura erupted, as if thousands of sharp swords had been drawn. A ferocious tiger with golden wings on its ribs soared into the sky, its teeth as white and sharp as daggers. It's the forbidden creature of the sky tiger divine mountain, the golden-winged saber-toothed tiger. Some creatures of the divine mountain showed hope again. This was a very powerful existence, and it controlled the power of the golden-winged tiger. Its killing power was off the chart. On the other side, the earth trembled. A giant elephant covered in dragon scales appeared in an immemorial divine mountain. It's the white jade dragon elephant of the white jade divine mountain. The creatures of the divine mountain cheered again. This was another powerful existence. With a stomp of its foot, it could shatter the earth for thousands of miles. It was the pinnacle of strength. The forbidden creatures of the immemorial divine mountain appeared one after another. In the end, there were more than 10 of them. This was the foundation of the immemorial divine mountain of the lower realm. Even old ancestor Dongxian and Jiyu Yuan frowned when they saw such a lineup. Even if the ancient god clan and the Dayan dynasty joined forces, it would be very difficult to flatten this force. They would have to pay a huge price. However, Jun Xiaoyao's expression was as calm as water from beginning to end.